ಮೇಡಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. ಹಲೋ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸಿಟ್. videos kamu tuh ajar deh bukan? Hah? Ada. Boleh. Ayo wassalam.
I'd like to thank all the dignitaries for doing the honors. I now like to call upon Dr. Dalwai ji to give the welcome and inaugural address.
అడిగేస్తానా వీడియో అన్నాడు మాట అడిగినామా
Everybody, can you draw attention, please? Noise of all this, right? Can we switch off all this thing for some time? I think we should prefer to listen to each other than make ourselves comfortable. Yeah, just switch off all this thing. Yeah, can you all kindly be seated there? Please be seated now, no movements. Right hand corner, please. Be seated, make yourselves comfortable. All of you make yourselves comfortable. Okay. So namaskar everyone. Morning we will have the inaugural session of the International Trade Fair for Millets and Organics. Normally, at least a decade back, when we meant trade fair, it was associated with the secondary and tertiary sectors of the economy. The primary sector of the economy was always thought that it has nothing to do with markets. It has nothing to do with trade. However, the inflection point that the 20th century has brought us to is that it has now made it inevitable for all of us to think, even in the primary economic sector, of trade and markets. course, the Western economies may have been ahead of us, but the African and Asian nations have also come to that particular stage where if they do not think of trade and markets, they are condemned to die. As they say, development is its own success. As you develop, it brings success, but success is its own enemy. It becomes an enemy when we do not take appropriate next steps. Having focused on production led by productivity, backed up by technology, and area expansion under agriculture, we have now reached that particular stage, at least in certain commodities, where we necessarily have to think of trade and marketing. India is one such country which has come to that particular inflection point. To give you a statistics, Indian agriculture, in terms of food grains, began with 51 million tons in 1951 when we launched the first 5-year plan. By 2024, our second advanced estimate show that our food grains are now standing at 329 million tons. If you add up horticulture, milk, dairy, meat, fish and so on, India produces 1.3 billion tons of agriculture produce. That is 1300 billion tons. Unfortunately, the production matrix has not been equitable. They are not equitable in the sense that still our people are nutrient deficient while being carbohydrate surplus. Our farmers who have made this possible are not at par with the income that they should have got. Our economy has been suffering. And climate change that impacts the whole world, impacts countries like India which are tropical in nature much more than temperate climate. So today the challenge before us is how do we now reorient, restructure, repurpose our agriculture system such that it is ecologically sound, such that it is consumer-centric in terms of nutrition, such that it is farmer-producer-centric in terms of the income. Hence, post-harvest management becomes the next step forward, even as we need to continue to focus on productivity and growth because there is no more scope for area expansion. In our own country, India, for example, our net cultivable area has gone up from 93 million hectares 4 decades back to 142 million hectares today. And that additional area has all come from diversion of pasture lands, fringe forests, which is not healthy for an ecosystem. Today, as we focus on post-harvest management, there is another imperative because we are all signatories to the agreement on agriculture under the WTO, and therefore both input management and output management are all market-centric. So therefore the global influences impact all countries including India. However, what is very important for us, the purpose for which we all are gathered here, is to see how we are going to reorient agriculture such that it is ecologically synchronized. Thanks to climate change, the heat stress and precipitation stress are now causing threat to life in the ocean, on the water body, in the air, on the soil, below the soil. If we are not able to maintain the biological nature of the agriculture system, forest system, then mankind give us, our farmers, the necessary incomes, and the people the nutrition. Nutrition in terms of macronutrients and micronutrients. We've always been talking about one nutrient, carbohydrate. We've not been talking about proteins. We've not been talking about fats. We've not been talking about minerals. All these things are necessary for health and well-being. So if you look at the sustainable development goals, SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 3, SDG 6, SDG 15, are directly related to agriculture. And when you talk about health and well-being, health is not to be defined as absence of disease. That is the biggest mistake that humankind has made. Health has to be defined in a positive manner, not just absence of disease. If genetically we are all tailored to live 125 years, even today, even in countries like Japan, where they have got very high life expectancy at birth, they are still below 100. How do we therefore harvest the potential, genetic potential that nature has provided us? So here we have people from different backgrounds. There are entrepreneurs, there are academics, there are scientists, there are policy makers, there are international advocates. All of us need to put our heads and hearts together and see how we are going to restructure our agriculture. Since there is not much of a time, I would like to share in the next 2-3 minutes that in the 21st century, agriculture is going to be the private owner. Those Western economic models, particularly those development models by people like Arthur, who said that as the economy is mature, more and more people will start shifting from agriculture to mature manufacturing and tertiary sector. That doesn't seem to hold good for developing economy. There is some data now to show that even at the global level, the GDP of agriculture is in fact increasing, though at a steady pace. The number of people dependent on agriculture is also increasing gradually. And certainly in India, where 46% of our working population is still dependent on agriculture directly and indirectly, challenged by the labor substituting emerging technology, challenged by the sophistication of mechanical technology, we don't see hope that we'll be able to shift large number of people from agriculture to non-agriculture. So how does agriculture become a job creating avenue? Job is very income. Even neoclassical economists like Keynes talked about job and income together. You can't have incomes by charity, governments giving away gold. No government can sustain that. Gainful jobs is the only way forward to create income for the farmers, for the youth. Therefore, agriculture has to now step into bioeconomy. It has to step into circular economy. And that's where all the forgotten species, forgotten varieties have to be brought back into the umbrella of our thinking. Millets, pulses, oilseeds, Thailand horticulture, small ruminants like sheep and goat, hardy large ruminants like buffalo, and of course, even in the fishery and aquaculture, we will have to identify all those genetic potential bearing species. Our scientists have to start working on new breeds, new species. For the last 75 years, or at least from 1948, since our father of green revolution, global green revolution, Tom Gorov went to Mexico. But we always talk about re-architecting the varieties into born varieties. No biomass. No biomass, no livestock. No livestock, no format manure. No format manure, no biology, no health. It is a vicious cycle. I think we need to get back into that concept of one health, where human health is dependent not just on medicine, not just on human nutrition. Human health is dependent upon the health of the animals, health of the plant species, health of the wild species, land races, forests, and so on. Therefore, I think we all need to put our heads together as to how to promote one health. COVID-19 has taught us the lesson of your life, that do not take diseases increasing. Why do they increase? Only because we have stepped into the territory of the animals, into the organisms, into the microorganisms. So, let us not look at ourselves in compartmentalization through a pinhole. We have to have an attitude and approach which is wholesome, integrated, what is called an ecosystem. Only when we have an ecosystem approach, we will be able to look at one health, and under that one health, low water using crops, low nutrient drawing species, and ecologically more resilient crops. That's what we need to do. Ecologically more resilient animals. This is what we now need to do. So there is so much that we really need to look at. Unlike our past perception that agriculture is meant for the herds, today let's all believe that agriculture is meant for the most intelligent person. Agriculture is meant for the best of scientists. Agriculture is meant for the best of technology, best of professional management. We need to bring together science, technology, innovation, and put them all together in the most rational manner such that they coincide with each other, and then offer to this whole globe a new way of life in the 21st century. So friends, instead of talking only about millets that I was supposed to, I've tried to paint a larger vision because all of you are there to share the various pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. Let us look at bioeconomy, let us look at circular economy in the context of the attenuating levels of fossil fuels. We need to shift from fossil fuels to renewable resources, and agriculture and forestry give us that window of opportunity to harvest, don't say exploit, but word exploitation is also not a problem. We need to harvest. So thank you very much, and I have very illustrious speakers here. We will see my session, and I request you all humbly to pay attention, share your own observations, share your knowledge, ask questions, but then do it in a crisp manner so that more and more people get this opportunity. So thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you very much, sir, for welcoming this conference and setting the tone for this conference. I now invite Mr. Gerard from GIZ to address the gathering.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. It's quite noisy here. I hope you can understand me. Is it fine? Okay. I try my best. Honorable guests, esteemed colleagues and distinguished participants, it is both an honor and a privilege to be here today. IBL for making this event possible. And for me it's quite special because the cooperation with Karnataka, I learned that we have about 15 projects being implemented here in cooperation between German government and the government of Karnataka. And this is quite a commitment from both sides. So I'm very proud to be part of this event here and to talk to you. Talking of such a major cooperation, it's for me always important to explain the motivation for us from Germany to work with you in Karnataka on agroecology. And I think in the speech before, we heard it already very clearly, we are all noticing the impact of climate change, and there are always the catastrophes that are noticed. It's the fires in Los Angeles, it's flooding of small rivers in Germany that are even not a river, and then suddenly killing hundreds of people. We have the heat waves in Delhi, in northern India, we have floodings in southern India and all over India, I would say. And so we are all already work on this. And this cannot be done in isolation. It's one country can perform, one state can perform, but if the neighbors are not cooperating, all of us will suffer. And in this respect, for us, it's extremely important to cooperate with India, to cooperate with the government of Karnataka, and it's also important to cooperate in the field of agroecology. And this is because all of us know agriculture can be a major producer substantially to climate change, but on the other hand, agriculture can also suffer a lot. And this means that we need a lot of adaptation, and this again needs new technologies. It needs new processes, new ideas, and this can only be done in cooperation. And in this respect, I'm hoping that also from such a conference, with all the exchange that we have amongst us, there are solutions that we can implement in Karnataka, that we can implement in other states of India, but that we can also implement in Europe, that we can maybe, of course, always adapt it to local needs, and that we can implement on other continents. And in this respect, it's always a kind of cooperation, working together, identifying ways forward, and find ways how to adapt and how to mitigate climate change. Coming back to the conference now, the prestigious international conference is not just a platform for discussing agriculture, it is an opportunity to shape the future of our food systems. The challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss and food security require immediate and collective action. The theme of today's conference, Transformation of Agri-Food Systems through Agroecology, speaks directly to the pressing need for sustainable agricultural practices that can tackle these global crises. GIZ, through various projects and programs in the Environment and Climate Cluster, has been actively supporting both the central and state departments in India. One such initiative is the support to agroecological processes in India with the Department of Agriculture from the government of Karnataka through Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Rural Development, and in cooperation with NABARD. It has been implemented since more than 2 years. The government of India, along with states like Karnataka and others, has been instrumental in promoting both millets and organic farming through visionary schemes. The notable example is the recently approved National Mission for Natural Farming, which allocated 276 million euros to support small and marginal farmers in adopting agroecological practices to improve ecosystem resilience, productivity and sustainability. And this is quite a commitment. The role of Karnataka in this transition cannot be overstated. The government of Karnataka, recognizing the importance of organic farming, has pioneered several initiatives, including becoming the first state to have an exclusive policy on organic agriculture and the first to have a national trade fair in 27. And now it's the 6th edition already of international trade fairs in organic and millet. So there is already a long commitment and a long tradition. These initiatives of the state have created a vital platform for showcasing the potential of organic farming and millet products, not only in the state, but across the whole country. These initiatives have brought attention to the importance of traditional grains such as millets, which were once on the brink of extinction and have now experienced remarkable revival. Karnataka is truly leading the way as a global hub for millets. As of now, Karnataka boasts a total of 71,000 hectares under organic farming, with 30,000 hectares certified under the national program for organic production and 40,000 hectares in conversion. Additionally, 43,000 hectares are under the participatory guarantee system, benefiting 56,000 farmers. These impressive achievements highlight the scale of transformation happening across the state and the commitment of farmers and stakeholders to sustainable practices. While the road ahead is not without challenges, the ongoing efforts to scale up organic farming through agroecology offer great promise. Through collaborations like those between GIZ and the Karnataka State Department of Agriculture, we are supporting building of local food value chains, empowering farmers and opening new markets for organic and millet products. I'm informed that the project is facilitating delegate visits across the project states, including Karnataka, and enabling 3 pharma companies to meet European certification standards to participate in BioFach 2025 in Nuremberg in Germany. The delegates' visit from Karnataka last year has already resulted in trilateral cooperation among GIZ Swati, Department of Agriculture, and FIBL Switzerland on mainstreaming land races in Karnataka. Similarly, the discussions have been initiated on biochar and on the development of landscape initiatives for agriculture transformation. This joint cooperation in hosting this international conference as part of the International Trade Fair 2025, we support business-to-business initiatives, provide a unique platform for meaningful dialogue. The presence of global experts, policymakers, researchers, farmers, and industry leaders at this event reflects a collective commitment to finding innovative solutions and building partnerships to chart a path toward greater food security, sustainability and resilience. And again, in my opinion, we need cooperation on national level, we need cooperation on state level, but also within. We need cooperation with private sector. We have to get them involved. We have to create the value chains that are producing income, etc. I look forward to insightful discussions, knowledge exchange and collaborative spirit that will define this conference and beyond. Let us continue to work together to scale organic markets, improve food systems and create a more sustainable and equitable world for future generations. In this sense, I wish you all a great success, real inspiration out of the exchange. Please use it for networking. For me, networking is always one of the most crucial things when meeting people at conferences, and have also a lot of positive impressions and nice days here. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerard. Government of Karnataka has already been associated with GIZ since last year. Last year also they helped us to put up a very good conference. So thanks to GIZ. And this year we have another partner, FIBL, joining with us. So this has been done in collaboration with GIZ and FIBL. And I acknowledge their contribution because they have been the key to organizing the entire conference. So thank you very much. So now I request Eugen to just give us a brief orientation or a view of this entire conference, and after that we will close this and we'll directly get into business. Eugen, please, it's your turn. And before that, I would like to welcome the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Animal Husbandry and Cooperation from the state of Karnataka, Srimati Shilpi Neha Kirki. Welcome to this conference, Madam. Of Jharkhand, for the state of Jharkhand, sorry. Jharkhand. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, we will just have a short orientation from Eugen, and then we'll have this felicitation. Yeah. Please. It's a long orientation. It's an overview, sorry. It's an overview. Sorry.
Fine. Sorry, before I start, I have a presentation prepared. Yeah, and therefore I would like to, if you could sit maybe down, otherwise it will not be visible. Or they can see, but then the audience cannot see it. Otherwise, you know. Okay? Yeah. I think we need to reorganize. And I also would
just a small
here.
Yeah, a small change. We will just felicitate the guests, and then I think we will start this because he needs the presentation.
I think it's better.
Yeah. So I request Namrata from GIZ to felicitate Dr. Ashok, Madam Shilpa, Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry and Cooperation, Jharkhand State, Madam Shilpa. Thank you, Madam. Yeah. So now thank you. I would also thank Dr. Ashok Dalbai ji for inaugurating this session. So thank you, sir. I would request Namrata to felicitate from FIBL. I also thank our Vice Chancellor of UAS Raichur, Mr. Hanumantappa. Thank you, sir, for coming to this conference. Most of all, two most important people, Mr. Gerard from GIZ. Thank you very much. Please. Yeah. One more. I would also like to call upon Mr. Amritbar from FIBIL. So because they have been partners in this conference, please come over. So I'd request Yugen to felicitate Amritbar. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a wonderful name.
Yeah.
These nice flowers. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your contribution.
So thanks everybody on the dais. Thank you very much. And now we will start with business. I think Yugen, we will do the felicitation at the last because you'll be here with us throughout. Thank you.
Have a big luggage.
Yeah.
We have people here.
And the tables also. You can stack the tables.
ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್ ನಾವು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ವಯಸ್ಸಾರೆಲ್ಲ
So I have no here, so I have to come around.
Hello. It works, obviously. And the pointer?
Wait, wall is
ಸರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ.
डिजिटल साइन ही खराब हो सकता है.
It seems that there... What's going? It seems that there are some technical problems uploading the presentation. So I think feel free, I think because it's becoming here like in the field, it's very hot. And now we are going into working mode. I think feel free to take the jacket off, as I will do, and look for some water and until we have prepared the presentation. And I can start.
ನಂದೇ ಕೊಡೋಣ ಅನ್ಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ. ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ.
Very good afternoon, distinguished speakers and guests. Since we are facing a temporary glitch with our systems, may I encourage you to scratch your brains and probably go to one of the exercises in the book and I meant it on paper. I see some of you scratching your brains, literally. So I think maybe you could try some of the brain teaser exercises which are on the books by the time we try to sort this out. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
It's unfortunate. He has leave to leave now because she's from the ministry. I think the state India. No. Yes. We cannot start now with a session, you know. And I think the first is anyway an online virtual one. She's here. She's here on climate change?
No, she's second speaker.
She's second.
The first speaker is there.
You know, everyone has a presentation.
The first speaker is Carlos from my...
You know, I really, because this is an introduction that everyone knows about what we are talking, you know. Otherwise I could start talking
sown by hands with ancient wills. Through seasons and storms, they learned to stand, evolving with care from the heart of the land. Diverse and strong through nature's hand, resilient and built to withstand. Fuel for the body, and life is prolonged through the sands of time. The ancient breed still lives on. Grow where they're meant to be, rooted yet wild and free, building a legacy, gifts of our ancestry. Grow where they're meant to be, rooted yet wild and free, building a legacy, gifts of our ancestry. Usirano, Krishiyane, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದಾಗಿ ಉಳಿಸೋಣ, ಬೆಳೆಸೋಣ ದೇಶಿ ತಳಿಯನ್ನ. For the earth, for the people, for the seed, our future is sown in what we breed. ಮಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಮನುಕುಲದ ನಡೆಗೆ, ತಳಿಯನ್ನು ಜೀವಕುಲಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ರಕ್ಷಿಸಿ. For the earth, the people and the seed, our future sown in what we breed. ತಳಿಗಳು ನಾಳೆಗಾಗಿಯೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂರ್ವಜರ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದವೇ. Good for us, good for the land, we'll pass them down hand to hand. ಪೂರ್ವಜರ ಉಡುಗೊರೆಯ ಉಳಿಸೋದು ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಉಳಿ. Grow where they're meant to be, rooted
Sorry for the delay. There has been a technical glitch. I think we are getting it fixed. So in the meantime, please help yourself for coffee or tea. There is coffee served inside. So you can just pick up a glass of coffee and come to your table and just relax. So we will start immediately. Just another 5 minutes. Please help yourselves. So for the benefit of everybody, coffee and tea will be served throughout the conference from morning till evening. So we will not have any breaks for coffee and tea. So we will break only for lunch. So whoever wants to have a cup of coffee or a tea can kindly help themselves. So it is in the speakers lounge. Can just go pick up a coffee and have inside and then come back and join for the session.
The problem was more serious as thought, but now we can start. We go now into the working sessions, and I will give you an introduction on that. I think there could be not a better place to have this conference here in this location, in this event, organized by the Department of Agriculture of Karnataka, with so much experience already implementing organic agriculture for more than 21 years, and really also promoting it down to promoting the last year through this trade fair, millet and organic, perfectly fit into this transformation into organic agriculture. So I think it fits very well that we are here and that we can discuss it not only regional-wise, the transformation of agri-food systems, agroecology, but also on a global level with our international speakers and so on. I think the German GSZ has been already introduced. She has said not only with part of this conference, but also what GSZ is doing in the project supporting the transformation in different states, but as well as in Karnataka, and the research Institute of Organic Agriculture works many years on pushing organic agriculture, doing research, showing that organic agriculture works, and they have very much contributed to this conference, and also will have several speakers here. So I will give you an introduction so that we understand why we are here and why it is important to discuss this transformation of agri-food systems through agroecology on a broader level and a global and regional level. I will give you an overview. It looks a little much, but it is not. I will go through several points, which I think it's important that everyone from us here has an understanding about this transformation process, which has started in 2015. So first I will show you some figures on the current state of agriculture and food systems. What is the global discourse agriculture transformation, about the sustainable agriculture and sustainable framework and the transformation through agroecology. What is agriculture here? Looking already in some policy and national strategy, the purpose of the international conference, and then I will provide you with a summary and introduction outlines and the specific objectives of each of the sessions. So let's start here on the current state of agriculture and food systems. I think it has been understood that the current system which we have in place not only fails to provide sufficient and affordable nutritious food, but also destroy the own ecological functions. So if we continue like this, agriculture will likely not work in future, and this becomes steadily more severe climate change, and the more stresses agricultural systems are faced. Also, 30% of agricultural land is biologically, chemically, and physically degraded. A lot has to do with agriculture here, agricultural practices. And climate change has reduced global productivity by more than 20% since 1961. We all feel climate change. We all see it is happening in the field in front of us. The losses we see in fields, the difficulties it brings. But let's put some figures why the current system of food and agriculture is not working. We have still security and nutrition problems. About more than 725 million people are hungry today, and more than 3 billion are not able to afford healthy diets. Global warming, so agriculture is contributing by about 20 to 40% to global warming, so greenhouse gas emissions. We have a biodiversity loss of more than 80%, very seriously, and often land species are in danger due to habitat loss by agriculture. We have food loss and waste. 30% of food is lost through waste. So here's a huge gap where we need to look at it and to reduce these gaps. And also very seriously, still a lot of government is given, for example, to fertilizers. Also in India, subventions to fertilizers used by farmers. And often this agriculture produces price distorting or harmful to nature or health. This also needs to rethink where in which way do we give agriculture support. And also agriculture using a lot of water. 70% of global fresh water is used by agriculture. We have seen in the Green Revolution a lot of yield gains in India has been through the use of groundwater. But groundwater is depleted, and we will have water problems in future coming if we are not practicing more sustainable with regard to water use. Global discourses on towards agriculture food system transformation. They started since 2015 with the Paris Agreement, the developing of the Sustainable Development Goals. But finally there was a concept then developed by the high-level panel of experts in 2019, and through this concept it accelerated more the momentum of taking food system transformation also internationally. Since then, also the German government, the BME, German Agriculture and Food Ministry, they are supporting agroecology. It's been announced by the Parliament in Germany to support agroecology and this kind of transformation. So a lot has happening, and this food system transformation has taken up since different summits and events, and it also was the basis to develop farm strategy under the Green Deal of the European Union. When we look into sustainable agriculture and food systems framework, we need to understand that this encompasses all activities and elements which are dealing with food and agriculture. So it's also pre-agriculture production of inputs. It goes through the agriculture production system. These are supporting systems. So food chain and value chain are here important. And there we have drivers of change which are important. This is environment to support agriculture, climate and diversity. We need innovation in agriculture to move this transformation forward. Technology and science is very important. And the policy and government. We need to have the policies and governments in place so that this transformation can happen. And very important countries are these outcomes of this change of this framework, so that we have a better health of people, that we have a better environment, environment, health of society, and also economically. So it should support the whole system as a whole, with a lot of benefits if we globally through this transformation. It is very clear that this transformation cannot happen the same way in all the different countries. There is no blueprint for the transformation, and agriculture food systems they vary considerable across the globe. So we have the industrialized and more consolidated food systems in the northern hemisphere, America, Europe, maybe also Chile and Australia. We have modernizing and mating other food systems like in China, Middle America, part of South America, part of Africa. But we have also more these traditional systems like in India, where the transformation is also happening very strongly. So there is no blueprint, and we have to look at the challenges that are context specific, and we need to look on solutions which need to be locally determined. And actually they have to come from farmers together with the communities in the participatory approach. Then we are now that it will be stabilized and it will be performed and continued. Agroecology was coming into this transformation very strongly and is now the guiding principle on how this transformation can happen. Agroecology was in 30-40 years when I studied agriculture, it was becoming a science discipline. We used agroecology research, it's interdisciplinary research to know and better understand the agricultural system, the ecological interactions, also with farmers was doing, also with having in mind how can we reduce pesticide input and so all these negative things which were coming from the green revolution. So agroecology has evolved since then as a farmer practice. In South America, there are very strong farmer groups who work for 30 years on agricultural practices, and they claim this very much as their innovation. And agroecology has become a social movement. So it's a holistic, integrated approach, applying ecological and concepts and principles to design sustainable agriculture and food systems, and it now represents a transdisciplinary field that includes all parts: ecology, social, cultural, technological, economic and political dimensions in food system transformations. And there, the 10 elements of agroecology have been formulated by FAO in 2018, and based on this, also the high-level panel of experts formulated 13 agroecological principles to guide this transformation. And these principles of agroecology, they really reflect all three dimensions of sustainability equally. That means economy, society and the environment. And it's improving the resource efficiency, strengthening resilience and securing social equity and responsibility. And we have different transformation levels. We have two transformation levels which are happening in the farm level and agro-ecosystem level. So level 1 is looking in how can we increase input reduction or input efficiency and reduce inputs in conventional systems. I think this is an area where long-time science is working on. So we are working on reducing this a longer time. Also integrated pest management, so many things, integrated crop production. We want to be more interdisciplinary here and more efficient in this by doing it. But we need to look this more stronger and use innovation to bring this conventional agriculture into a more efficient agriculture. So precision agriculture, many other tools will play a role here, and so on. Also KI will be very helpful here. The second level of transformation is to fully substitute conventional inputs and practices with organic inputs. That means this is more the organic agriculture, and here we have a lot of experience of organic agriculture here in Karnataka since many years. Natural farming, what is happening in Andhra Pradesh is organic farming. So they have reduced these inputs and they are working in recycling things. And so agroecology principles which apply here are recycling is here very important. input reduction. We are looking very much on soil health. Without soil health, without good soils, fertile soils, high organic carbon, and so on, we will not be able to have good yields. We have to look on animal health, biodiversity, synergies, and also co-creation of knowledge here with farmers is again very important. The next level is to go in level 3. That means we are redesigning the ecosystems here. And we look here into a landscape transformation, and agroforestry will play here or is playing here an important role. That means we want to make the system more resilient against stresses. And this approach will also help us very much to prepare for climate change. We will have presentations on this as well during this conference. And the other levels, they are happening in the food system level. So here, it's important that we reconnect producers with consumers. This is happening on this fair. Yeah? Producers are showing what they have, consumers are coming, so they understand what is happening, which organic product they can buy and are on the market. Consumers need to be aware and they need to appreciate what farmers are doing in this transformation. So that's very important that they see what farmers doing and appreciate this also by paying a better price for these kind of products. And by doing this on a political way, so we can have a vision to change the food system. Looking into policies and national strategies which have come up already in the last years. One is the European Green Deal, I already mentioned. Last year in our conference I presented what this means more in detail. Just a summary. Also the Green Deal, the Farm to Fork strategy, is using transformation levels in agroecology. For example, greening conventional agriculture through input reduction. So the goal is here to reduce fertilizer, pesticide use by more than 50% in European countries. So this is transformation level 1. Then also looking very much on expanding organic farming. The goal is by 2030 to have 25% of the area in Europe under organic farming. So this means transition level 2 and 4, because also consumers have to take up. This year we have gaps in organic producers on the market in several areas, meat, milk, because the transformation is not going so fast as consumers want to buy these products. So we can really see a change here. And then also there's a lot of support on increasing biodiversity through a biodiversity strategy, because also Europe has faced a lot of problems in reduction of biodiversity in agriculture. Also up to 80% of less insects are counted since 30 or 30 years ago. So there's also big influence seen of the conventional agriculture reducing biodiversity as a whole. India, you are better aware than I. Policies on agriculture are already there in Karnataka since 2004, and we have the National Mission on Natural Farming also now released, so very much promoting this area of transformation in India. I work now in support the transformation in Colombia, and last year there was a public policy published on agroecology. And it's very much based on these farmer groups who started 30, 40 years ago organizing, working in agroecology, but they have not been seen by the government. And now the transformation starts supporting these groups and spreading these messages from these groups to other farmers, so to have a transformation at a larger scale. So now we come to the conference. We have seen that there's no blueprint. So I think what is important that we come together, that we build a global vision for this transformation. So the transformation is a global challenge and it needs international collaborations, global agenda and debates and orientations to further set these principles and priorities to build a leading vision. And I think here we are together, that we can work together and see how this information which we receive in the next 2 days about in the different sessions we can use to make a transformation more clear and understand in which direction it could go and where support could be brought in. So the purpose of the conference is to bring together not only researchers, policymakers, but also farmers and private sector leaders to share their insight and discuss and address the challenges, experience and innovations driving the ecological transformation of agri-food system both in India and globally. Now I would like to see if we have farmers in this group here. Please stand up if we have farmers here in this group attending the conference. Thank you so much. That's very, very good, and we need your input here and your insight. Do we have private sector leaders from private sector? Who is here from the private sector? Because the food system, yes, I showed, yeah, it's very broad. Yeah, so we need private sector who are also implementing sustainable innovations in their production, yeah, in their retailer facilities, and so on, in packaging. So no private sector, or one. Okay, maybe we should invite more from outside the next 2 days. Yeah. So I think, who is from research here? Probably that's a huge group. Of course, we need this group. They are presenters, they are speakers, they have the knowledge on innovations, yeah, which they will bring to us, and which we will have the chance to discuss. And then we have policymakers. Who are our policymakers? Oh, here. So we are a little bit weak on this side, I would say. But then more important, that we formulate very clear conclusions, yeah, which we then can address and use in informing policy about the outcome of this conference. Hoppala, sorry, now it was my mistake, but it works. Okay, so shortly now I will introduce you in the different sessions. Yeah. The first session, so we organized this conference and the session according to the transformation levels of agroecology. Yeah, so that we work in this line and understand the farm level transformation for sustainable production, how can we enhance efficiency and reduce chemical inputs through agricultural innovations. In the first sessions we have also some other two presentations which are more presentations to give a picture on climate change and how climate change will affect it. But more or less, we are very close in this session to understand the different ways and innovations. Session 2, we will look on agroecosystem transformation for organic production, best practices, substituting chemical inputs through the use of bio-inputs, soil health strategies. Session 3 looks, can we reimagine agricultural systems? Can we transform them on a landscape level? How can we enhance resilience and self-regulation with agroforestry and landscape approaches? Transformation level 3. Then we look into driving food system change. So how can we empower consumers? Yeah? How can we make consumers aware about organic? There's labeling is important, certification might be important, but it does not work everywhere. Yeah? So how can we expand organic markets? In the session 5, we look on driving food system change. So how can we drive this by best practices of policies, partnership and knowledge experience? We have two side events always in the midday. One World Cafe organized by GIZ team. We look into the importance of land races in agroecological system and conservation strategies, so challenges and opportunities. For sure, the footprint of millets is much less than of irrigated rice, so that's very sustainable crop. So it's very useful and very important that this mission continues and that farmers are picking up these important crops. And we have another event. This is a fish bowl. We will then explain what this means. So here we will look from farm to fork, inspiring consumer action and growing organic opportunities. And finally, on the last day, we will have a session where we summarize our conclusion results from the different sessions. So we look on the transformation and we want to provide a roadmap and discuss then with policymakers, with the Department of Agriculture, and to see how we can move this transition forward in India, globally or regionally. So thank you very much for your patience, listening to my introduction, and for your patience waiting that we could start with the presentation. I would now like to invite Amrit Biriyar from FIBO. He will moderate the first session on farm-level transformation for sustainable production. Imrit Beer, he is working in the International Cooperation Department of FIBEL. He's based in Frick in Switzerland. He's a well-known scientist working in this transformation process with many years of experience. So welcome Amrit Beer to moderate the next session. Thank you so much. Okay.
There is a question. There is a question here.
Give him the mic now. Give him the mic.
In India, for the last 3 years, there's a big confrontation between government of India and the farmers of India. What is your perception? The demands of Indian farmers are not met by the government, and the confrontation is going on like that. One man is going to die in Delhi, now he's fasting for the last 1.5 months. What do you think of the confrontation between farmers and government in India? What is your opinion?
I didn't fully understand your question. Can you formulate again? Maybe I'm too close.
Farmers and government of India in confrontation. Farmers demand minimum support price, and there was a commission appointed by the government of India, Swaminathan Commission, and the commission has a report. Government is not doing anything about the report. Why the confrontation of Indian government, Indian farmers not getting solved? How do you see that?
I'm sorry, I'm coming here as an outsider, so I would need someone who can maybe give a brief answer.
Maybe it pertains to someone who is from policy-making bodies. It may be too political for him to answer this query and put himself in awkward position. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay. I hope you can hear me well. Just raise your left hand if you are still in this room. Great. So at least half of us are here. Half of us are already thinking about the transformation of food system. So thank you, Jürgen, for a very nice introduction, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to introduce you to this nice session. I was just sitting there and thinking about all this, what Jürgen was presenting, and the keynotes, previous keynotes they presented, and then I thought, we all agree about the challenges. I'm going to present my slides and I'm not going to repeat those challenges. We all agree. If you are sitting in this room, it's my assumption that you are more or less aware about these challenges. And then we are all agree on this transformation of food system. The question is why it's not happening. That also goes to this question from the gentleman, why there are different perspectives, why farmers are thinking differently than the policymakers, and why researchers are. So it's why we are not aligning. So that is the question what I am looking for. I'm looking for the answer from this conference, because to me, I think it is because we are not communicating to each other. We are not talking to each other. We just think that it will happen somehow. So I request you all that after this session, you go to this booklet you have from this conference, mark it that on which session or which section of the food system transformation you are standing, so that you can think about that, okay, this is my role, how I can contribute to the other part of this food system transformation. So that is my request to you guys, so that at the end of this international conference, you can see if it was worth coming here, if it was worth thinking or talking to people or listening to all these talks. So that is my request, and without further delay, I would like to invite my first speaker for this session. And my first speaker is Dr. Carlo Fada. He is a brilliant scientist. He is the lead for CGIAR Nature Plus or Nature Positive initiative. He's working in many countries and has a great experience. And he will talk about that how agrobiodiversity can help us in this transformation. So, floor is to you.
Thank you so much. If you can put the presentation. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for the kind introduction, and ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it's a very real pleasure and honor to be able to present the work that we were doing on nature positive agriculture, which is one of the CGIAR initiatives. For those who are not familiar, the CGIAR is an international consortium of research centers, and collectively is the largest research, international research organization. So, a lot has been said about why the degradation, the impact of climate change, the loss in productivity, etc. And all of what has been said also has economic repercussion. Can you? Economic repercussion. It was mentioned that the expansion of agriculture lead to deforestation. Well, the deforestation alone is the economic cost of the deforestation amounts to between 4.3 to 20 trillion dollar loss if you calculate the loss of ecosystem services from deforestation. In forests, there are species that get extinct. A lot of people talk about a 6 months extinction. And so the question is, and that loss of biodiversity also has a cost. And the cost is estimated to be between 235 to 577 billion dollar just for the pollination. So I'm not talking about all the other species losses. Greenhouse gas emission, it was mentioned before, 21% decrease in productivity since the 1960s. And it is estimated that the social cost of carbon emission range between $50 to $150 per ton of CO2. And if you consider that agriculture is responsible, according to certain estimates, to up to 37% of the emission, this amounts to trillions of dollars. You have finally the land degradation, where 40% of the global land is degraded, impacting 3.2 billion people, and the annual cost of that is between 6.3 to 10.6 trillion dollar, or roughly 10% of the global GDP. And finally, the malnutrition, which is about 3 billion people who are malnourished, the social cost, the health cost for countries, can also be calculated into the trillion. So the fact that we need to transform our food system and make it more sustainable is because we need to care about our planet and because we need to care about our environment, our biodiversity, but it's also because we need to care about our portfolio. The economic implication of those losses are enormous. So we developed this concept of what we need to do in order, which somehow aligns to most of the principles of agroecology, of the pillars that are needed to make the system more sustainable, more nature-friendly. And the first pillar is about conservation. We need to conserve the biodiversity, the agrobiodiversity, the natural resources. We need to manage them sustainably, and that is the second pillar. So basically on the first one, we create a kind of natural capital that is then becomes available for use under the management. We don't need to go into new deforestation, encroaching wild areas, because there is a lot to be restored, 40%. And so rather than opening up forest, we need to restore what has been already degraded, and that's the third pillar in restoration. And we need to recycle, we need to stimulate, it was mentioned before, the circular economy. It's very important. So we don't have, in agriculture there are no waste. There are resources that can be reused and that can be an income for other people, particularly the youth. We heard before about youth employment. And finally, we need to engage. We need social inclusion, capacity development, policy, the consumers being aware of the farmers' struggles, etc. So all of this is important for the model to be successful. So we mentioned that we have all these costs associated with the degradation and the impact that agriculture, that food system have on our environment, on our society, on our income. And now we want to see, these are global estimates, they're very general. So how do we, if we enter into a new program, how do we estimate those costs? So in our Nature Positive initiative, what we did, we started embracing the true cost accounting. The true cost accounting builds on a methodology that was developed by TIB, which is hosted by UNEP, and it's about an evaluation framework that allows to really estimate precisely the externalities of agricultural intervention. And we can have three types of externalities. We have environmental externalities, social externalities, and health. And any program on agriculture needs to aim to reduce those externalities. So we applied this into two of the countries where we have been implementing. In India is one, but we didn't do this kind of cost. It will come on the next phase. And it's very interesting, as you can see from this picture, because you can see that it's very different from Kenya and Vietnam. While the total amount of externality is very similar, so roughly there is a 30% externalities that are not captured by the price in both countries. For Kenya, the majority of those externalities are social. It means children labor, children that are not going to school, harassment, low salaries, etc. And of course, there is still an environmental externality, which is significant, but it's not so significant compared to the social one. In Vietnam, it's exactly the other way around. You have a much larger share of the environmental cost vis-à-vis the social cost. So the social externalities are much less. And that was very instrumentally useful to design our next steps, because we need to be very mindful about the social context and the social situation in Kenya, and make sure that we don't foster, for example, some of these social externalities. And so we start working into a model where we wanted, this is section 1 about the farm work, we wanted to make sure that the farmers can really take agroecological practices and land into themselves. And we developed this in Kenya, for example, but also in other countries we're using other models. So I'm giving example from different parts of the world, where these aggregated farms, the farmers can access economy of scale. A lot of the land of smallholder farmers, they are small, and so by definition is very fragmented and it's small. And because we mentioned that they need to be included in the market, they need to be able to benefit from the production, agroecological production of minor crops. So they also need to be achieving economy of scale. So we asked farmers if they were keen to put a small piece of land together to create a large agroecological farm. It took a lot of time, negotiation, discussion, conversation, as you can imagine, those who are familiar with farmers' mentality, but eventually we were successful. And so we managed to create this kind of farm where it has 6 different compartments, and in those 6 different compartments, different activities happen. There is space for livestock, for animal, the fish pond, because the fish pond is very instrumental for water management. You have the vegetables, you have the fruit trees, you have the crops. And little by little, this farm is shaping and transforming how the landscape look. Those farms were very degraded land, so thinking of restoration, and now they are becoming very productive. For 2 years of planting forages to restore the soil, this year we will start planting the crops because the soil went back to a status where it can produce some good agricultural production. And of course, all of this requires a lot of training and a lot of capacity development for soil management, water management, integrated pest management, seed production, use of biodiversity, production of seedling, all of this. So those farmers become an agent of change, not only for themselves, but for the community, because in the long run, these centers will become training centers for other farmers around the region. And then, so that's the big picture. And then you have the crop. And that is more going into the agrobiodiversity, what we call it the seeds for needs approach, which, by the way, has been supported very significantly by GIZ in many countries. And it's really a process that allows to fast-track the identification and selection of varieties across for farmers to be able to quickly benefit from agrobiodiversity. So you have accessions on the purple upper part, you have accessions to be tested. You can put all the science you want there, genetic analysis, molecular characterization, etc. But what is in nutrition? What is important is that the farmers need to be also part of that, and they need to be able to evaluate this material and to let us know what they think. Then they go into, they receive seeds. So it's not like farmers coming once or twice a year to see how our experiments are doing, but farmers receiving seed, test those varieties against their own varieties with the approach which is called tricot or crowdsourcing approach. They had received different combination of varieties and they give us the feedback in a very significant and statistically robust approach. And they report back, mostly by mobile phone. And then they start, and so the varieties that really make it through, that are selected through the breeders and through the lenses of the farmers, now need to become part of the seed system. We are talking about lead races, we are talking about traditional varieties. There is no market for those. There are not seed companies producing those. So we developed the community seed bank approach. This is India, where we have over 50 community seed banks that are conserving and distributing 5,000 native varieties from 30 crops, and that are benefiting 75,000 farmers, 60% of whom are women. What is really important is the community seed bank is the business plan. The farmers are not conserving this diversity because we think conservation is important. They need to make a profit. Community seed banks need to be business. And that's why when we start establishing this community seed bank, we also work on business plans. Here you can see from the pictures, we register trademarks. The farmers are able to package and to sell their products directly. We are using different models for this. And those seeds are planted in soil. It was already mentioned that soil is a very important part of the equation, because otherwise seeds will not germinate, will not grow. So we start doing a number of testing, this mostly in Kenya and in India. And this is the aggregated farm where we start really evaluating the soil in details, because where we want to go is we want to find a kind of precision agriculture approach which is adapted to the farmer's system. For example, in India they have the system of soil cards. We want these soil cards to be digitalized, and then we can use the information that the farmers give to provide indication of which kind of fertilization, mainly organic, needs to be applied. So we did this analysis of the soil in the sites in Maharashtra, Akol and Nandurbar, where we work, and then also in Kenya. What is also very interesting is we start engaging on the soil biodiversity agenda. The soil biodiversity agenda, or microbial diversity, in our view, can be what can really significantly reduce fertilizer. If we can understand better the processes through which this agricultural biodiversity interact with different cropping systems, and so we can foster these beneficial soil communities, then we can think that the plants will be better protected by the soil biodiversity, and they will be better protected also, their vigor will be increasing. And so we start identifying the soil microbiology in these different parts of this farm in very fine details, and try to understand how the soil microbiology is affected by the above ground plants. We mentioned about the recycling, so this is a very important part. We've been working on investment for circular bioeconomy in Burkina Faso, Kenya, and India. Colombia and Vietnam is actually ongoing. We identify different business models, including in India with biogas and a lot of other separate activities. And the important thing is that those waste becomes an income-generating activities for other youth and for the community. So we want the communities to be benefiting from the use of the waste, and the farms, also the one that I showed before, to be fully circular, so that every output of the farm become an input again for the farm in the form of recycling of those outputs. We need to avoid deforestation, we need to avoid degraded land, and I'm going into the last part. But when we talk about reforestation, agroforestry, etc., we need to think that we need to identify the right genetic material, because climate is changing, and when we plant trees, we need to think that they need to be there 50 years from now, and with acceleration of climate change, really we need to be able to identify suitable material not only for today but also for tomorrow. So we have developed this diversity for restoration tool. It works on a number of countries, including India. Smita has been working on this tool, sitting there, has been working on this tool for India. And it really allows to identify, based on what are the goals of your restoration approach, identify the right species, the right genetic material, the right location where to get the seeds for those species to be successful now and in the future. And then, once again, seed system. I mentioned before the community seed bank. You don't have a seed system for these traditional crops and varieties, but also you don't have a seed system for the trees. And so, associated to the diversity for restoration is the My Farm tree. The My Farm tree is a way to monitor step by step from seed collection from the mother tree up to when the farmers are planting the seedling. So it goes from the seed collection to the nursery to the farm and then the verification. And this system is blockchain. It means that every transaction, every time a farmer plants a tree, there is a blockchain point. And every time this happens, the farmers receive money from through the mobile phone. So this creates an incentive for them to plant the trees of the material that they want. And now we have more than 1,500 seed collectors that have been trained, more than 120 nurseries registered, and more than 2,000 farmers that are registered on the platform, which means they're benefiting from the money that is sent through the mobile phone. We are doing this for restoration, that means wild species, but also for agroforestry species. So we are developing a similar model for cacao, for coffee, and for banana. So agroforestry production and identification of the most suitable species for agroforestry production of these three very important global commodities. Last slide. All of this requires economic incentives. And I'm saying this because the investment part is very important. It's important that the aggregated farms, they need to be viable, but also it's an investment. For example, we've been putting fish ponds, we've been putting a poultry house, we've been putting black soldier flies for the recycling, etc. All of this requires an investment. And every plant, every species, we are estimating about 20 crop species in those farms, they need to be economically viable for the farmer. So it requires a lot of market linkages, as it was mentioned below. But then this approach also will not generate benefit one day after the other. And so if we want the farmers to really move towards the transformation, then they need to be subsidized in a way or another during this journey. And so the money needs to be there to support the farmers. In many cases, there could be even a drop in production, for example, for some crops. So there needs to be a support mechanism for the farmers. It requires a different type of research because it was mentioned before, we need the researchers, the farmers, they need to work together. Many times research and farmers are a bit detached, so we really need to have participatory research, the engagement of the farmers, and that requires National Agricultural Research System to be trained in the kind of participatory research, the same way they're trained to become good breeders or good soil scientists. There is a need, sometimes market cannot reach. We need to be honest, market cannot do everything. So we need the government also to be able to pay for the ecosystem services, to pay for the conservation that the communities do. So it's not only market, but also recognizing the importance of conserving ecosystem services, and I've shown in the first slide the economic costs of those, and be prepared to pay for some of these conservation activities. Rural entrepreneurship, all of these can really boost local economies. That's what we need to think, that when we talk about the private sector, farmers are private sector. If we train the farmers, if they become together, they can become a much stronger first linkage towards the market. And so having a strong program for rural entrepreneurship is very important to boost the economy when you start moving into the transition, which needs to be biodiversity based, and so also be creative like biodiversity schemes, etc. And there is a policy blocks. Many, and very quickly, one example I will close here, seeds. Many country seeds cannot be commercialized, traditional varieties, they need to be registered, and all of this. That is an impediment for the farmers to do business with something that is desirable because it improves nutrition, etc. But it's not the only policy blockage, it's just an example that I want to give. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. Fida. We will have our discussion in the end all together. So now I would like to invite the next speaker, and that's actually the virtual presentation. And online with us is Professor Rupam Shukla, and Professor Rupam Shukla is working for a Center of Excellence in Disaster Mitigation and Management. It's IIT Roorkee. And she has done her work in a social vulnerability assessment and with the mixed method approach for social ecological system. So can we share the screen? All right.
Okay, yeah. So I'm thankful to the organizers. Sorry, I can't see, the participants and the dignitaries and everybody, but I hope you can see me. And I'm thankful to the entire organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to participate. And I am extremely apologetic for the fact that, I cannot be there in person with you all. Because of some commitments, I could not make it in person, but I hope some other time soon I can meet. Yeah. I wanted to understand if I can share my screen. Will that be possible, or? Okay, so it gives me a message that host isn't allowing multiple presenter sharing for this meeting. So if you can check on that, or it's also okay if you share and I can see the slides moving. I still get the message saying that the sharing is not turned on. while this gets organized, a brief introduction about myself. I'm an assistant professor at Center of Excellence in Disaster Mitigation and Management at IIT Roorkee. Before this, I've been here for about 2.5 years now. And before this, I was doing my postdoc at Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research in the working group on adaptation in agriculture system. And that's how I also got connected to the organizers of the workshop. So today I'll be speaking from some of the work that we have jointly done together, at IIT and also with my previous institution at PIC. So most of the slides are coming as a joint work that we've been doing. For me, I still can't share my screen, so it's also okay if you share this slides and if I can see them moving, because right now I don't see anything. I request the organizer, someone who's facilitating this, in the hybrid mode, can you please let me know how are we going ahead?
Yeah, you start.
Okay, so we try to work with something and try to make it work. So I hope you're seeing the first title slide. And like I said, I'm thankful for the opportunity. And so if we can go to the second slide, what I want to start with is the title of my talk that was, given to me was looking at impact of climate change on the agriculture productivity and the measures for increasing the resilience of agrosystem. So there's slide, I will touch upon all of these aspects that are there in the title, but maybe connecting it to the work that I've been doing in the past 10 years or so. So I'll be taking insights and bringing it in within the context of my work. So if we are on the second slide, which talks about the impact of climate change on cropland, what we see here is that, so when we talk about climate change, extremes is something that becomes extremely relevant for any system and more so for agriculture and agroecosystems. So if we, on the far left, what we see is the exposure of cropland area to floods. So this is across two RCP scenarios. One is the blue line represents RCP 2.6, which is region concentration pathway 2.6, with lesser warming degrees, and the red line indicates the RCP 6.0 scenario, which is a future, warming degree scenario, and where the degree of warming is expected to be higher. So when we talk about, when we look at how much of the cropland will be exposed to, the floods. So if you click next, you should see some statistics, numbers coming in. So national cropland area that will be exposed under RCP scenarios will double, under RCP 2.6 scenario will double in the future. Whereas if we are, on the path of RCP 6.0, then it will increase to a maximum of 4 times. The exposure to droughts, which is the other most talked extreme and extremely relevant for agro-ecosystem, is not so certain, but overall if we see the model, many models show that there is an increasing trends in the number of in the percentage of national total crop area that will be exposed to droughts. But when we talk about heat waves, we also see that that from the 5% of the total national cropland area that is exposed in 2000, that will increase to about 22% in 2018 under RCP 2.6 scenarios, and where if it's a higher warming scenario, then the national cropland extent can also go to 28%. So what basically I intend to present with this slide is that there will be more area that is cropped is going to be more exposed to these kind of extremes. And when we talk about the impact on agriculture productivity, of course, it's established, and I'm not presenting a lot of research that exists out there that says that as climate-induced extreme events and the gradual changes that are being caused by climate change, they will have a severe impact on crop productivity of many different crops. So if we go to the next slide, third slide, in absence of adaptation measures, so these results, these numbers that I quote now, they are in absence of any adaptation measures. If adaptation measures are not taken, then there is going to be a likely reduction in the rain-fed price of about 20%, and the timelines are also given. There is a difference in if the crop varieties are irrigated, non-irrigated. So I hope you can see the slides moving. And if we come to the wheat, if we talk about wheat, there is going to be a decline in yield of approximately 19% in 2050 and 40% in 2080 in some of the RCP scenarios. And similar is for maize, for rain-fed sorghum and mustard. So if we look across this from the staple crops to some of our oilseeds and different types of crop, climate change is going to impact the agriculture productivity. So I hope we are on the slide that's titled Resilient Food Systems. And now that once we understand that there is a shock that exists, and we have to deal and adapt and become resilient to the shocks that are going to further intensify, and the croplands are going to be further exposed in the future. And how do we plan resilient food systems, agri-systems is the question that we are discussing today. So the need, as we understand that there is a need to ensure food security, livelihood security of most vulnerable regions and most vulnerable community when we are planning for resilient food system. At least that's the aspect that my work focuses on, is that where should the resilience planning be? So to do that, the first question that I in my research often ask is that how do we measure resilience? How do we estimate resilience? What is a good indicator, a climate-proof indicator of estimating resilience? The second question that we have tried to address in our research is, what are these locations of high vulnerability? Do they change over time? Where resilience planning is more needed? And which of these different communities living within these high vulnerable landscapes or agroecosystems should be prioritized? So looking at the prioritization question and also measuring a good indicator of resilience. So if we go a little deeper and I share some of the work that we've done in how do we measure resilience, one of the biggest question starting point that we have been trying to address is that, is productivity a good indicator of estimating resilience, or should it be more about diversity, agrobiodiversity? What among these two is should be focused on? So when we talk about so I hope we are on the slide which is titled Measure of the Resilience of Agrosystems. So when we want to have an agro-system resilience view. Our argument is that with our work, what we're trying to argue is that when we have the lens of agro-system resilience view, if you click on the next, then you will come to that schematic diagram that says that there is a need to focus more on diversity and not so much on yield and productivity. If you're looking at climate-proof resilience assessment of agro-ecosystem, and on the left, this is the work that is ongoing, and what we're doing is we're looking at the harvested area of different crops from districts, and we're trying to estimate Shannon diversity. If you look at the next slide, then in the same work, what we're trying to do, we're trying to identify the hotspots of higher diversity, and the two pie charts that we see here, first is the A one, the one that you see on the top, that shows different colors. I'm not sure if the legends are legible, but the yellow color that you see, it represents cereal, and then there is a combination of cash crop, fiber crop, oil seeds, other pulses, spices, and root crops. So these are some of the broad classes that we have classified, all the different types of 56 crop types that we have. And when we try to assess some of the diversity indicators and try to look at spatial autocorrelation, we find that there are some districts within India, and we also do an analysis across agroecological zones. We find that most of it is located in southern part of India. A lot, it's dominated, high diversity is dominated in southern part of India. When we look at these, so the B plot that is there, that represents the regions of low diversity, and in most of the regions of low diversity, and the districts are also surrounded by low diversity districts, there it's mostly dominated by cereals. This is a work that we, it's in preparation, and we soon want to get it moving forward. Then the second question, so once that's something that we argue and we're trying to put forward from our work. The second thing that we focus on, the second question that is there for us, that we're interested in where are these locations of high vulnerability, and do they change with spatial scales? So we've been engaged in different kind of vulnerability assessments, so looking at vulnerability assessments of agroecosystems, agroecological zones, getting a probabilistic estimate of these, and then looking at not just across all crops, but also if we move to the next slide, then across for some specific crops like wheat and rice, we have done it for both of these. For both these cereals, and we followed the IPCC AR4 assessment framework for doing the vulnerability assessment, which has changed now. So this is something that we did, and we look into if these estimates are reliable, if they are consistent, because most often one of the critique of these vulnerability assessment is that as we change the weights, as we change the method of weighing, as we change the intervals, then is our result more consistent? So we've done that kind of analysis also. And based on that, we identify, at a national scale, we have identified regions which, are projected to have a higher vulnerability in future. And so what I want to bring your attention to is what we do in our work is that once we identify that, one of the region that appear very red at a district level, then with some of our studies, what we've done is that if you go to the next slide, we've also gone at a local scale and interviewed farmers within these regions of high vulnerability. So I am on a slide where we have done a study of Uttarakhand state, and we've looked into the vulnerability of farming communities across different altitudinal zones. And once we've identified these hotspots, then we have kind of interviewed with done village level assessment, household level assessment with the farmers in these high vulnerable regions. And what we have found through statistical methods of typology construction, what we have found is that farmers within these regions that are identified as highly vulnerable at one scale are, have differential vulnerabilities, and the kind of responses that they have to these gradual changes in climate is also different. So what we found in our work are 5 different types of farmers. Some of them, the highly resource endowed farmer, are stepping out of agriculture and really taking up, something beyond the agricultural activities. And on the other spectrum, we have farmers who are dropping out and really, they are buying food on credit, working as daily laborers, doing seasonal migration, but not really engaging with farming anymore because of the stressors that are there in the system, in the Himalayan system that are there. So with this, we move to our third question, which is that is our resilient planning process and the policies that we have that aim at making climate resilient systems, not so much at the agroecosystem level, but more so in the agricultural productivity space. We have done that analysis. So are those policies looking into the heterogeneity of communities that exist in these landscapes? So when if we looked at different policy documents and adaptation literature, and what we see is that when we talk about literature that is coming from academic discourse, it talks about climate change adaptation, and in some ways one of the also can be equated to resilience planning. It's a lot about it says that it should focus on farmers. It should be at the local level, looking at social needs and access. Whereas when we look at the agro-system level, it's mostly looking at the agriculture system, and a lot of it is productivity driven. So production yield is one of the prime indicator that is being found in the policy documents. And very recently we did one exercise where we're trying to evaluate, so agroecology is one of the concepts that's again, it's a very holistic concept that across, using 13 different principles, tries to have resilient food systems and also have equitable, food systems where, the shocks are minimized and, farmers have higher capacities to adapt. So we evaluated about approximately 2,300 papers that have been talking about not particularly on agroecology, but also on organic farming and natural farming. So that we accumulated that corpus of literature, and using machine learning, we have looked into we've tried to do a principle by principle assessment for these 13 principles. And what we found is that in these papers there's a lot of focus on input reduction, recycling, soil health, economic diversification is also there, but governance, participation, and synergies are some of the principles that are not fully integrated or not fully reported in the paper. And there are some cases that are best cases. For instance, even in Kerala, there are some best cases that we could identify. But what I would want to close my talk today and would want to conclude is that when we have these best examples and when we're trying to upscale these interventions, the farmers and their farmers' intersectionality is something that should be kept, at the core of it. And so that, so when I say intersectionality, it means that farmers themselves are heterogeneous entities. They are disaggregated in terms of their education, age, gender, migrant status, family size, and so they're layered in 3 different layers of socio-demographic characteristics, assets and endowment, more at a household level, and then production orientation. So looking at some of these aspects, one should, some of the policies and our interventions should focus on addressing the farmer diversity, and that will entail then that we address the heterogeneous needs that are there in the farming system. So with this, I thank you, and I'm so sorry that there's some technical glitch, but yeah, I'm happy to take questions, and I will also share my email address, and if there are any questions, then I'll have to write back. Thank you.
Join me in thanking Professor Shukla, and I think as she can't stay long for our toward the end discussion, there is a chance for 1 or 2 questions, if someone has any. There is no one from audience, but then I can ask one, because I like this function of vulnerability is like where vulnerability is the function of sensitivity into adaptability, and my hopes are much more on adaptability. And I just wanted to ask her that how much is this weight of sensitivity and adaptability in that equation? But I can also write an email later on. And there is a question from Jürgen. Go ahead. There should be a mic.
I'm so sorry. I'm not able to clearly hear what's being asked. So if somebody can, okay, thank you.
Thank you for this nice presentation. My question is, you showed that there is an increase of heat waves very much in India, but this is not related to drought. So the drought events, they will stay more or less stable over the years as it has been before. Is there not interconnection between heat waves and drought, or how can you explain that? Thank you. She does not hear.
I think today is not our day with the technique, so she can't hear us well. I think probably I will send this question to her via email, and then we will get an answer. And if I get this answer quickly, I will share it with you all tomorrow. And now please join me welcoming our next speaker is Professor Ranbir Singh Rana. Is a principal scientist and program director in the Center of Geoinformatics, Palampur. And he's a well-renowned scientist also on the similar topic on climate vulnerability, and he's also doing modeling. So I think probably he will be able to answer our questions from previous talk. He's also heading a very important project funded by World Bank named Protected Agriculture and Natural Farming. So are you ready, Dr. Rana? Yeah.
Okay. So, very good evening, sir. My topic is enhancing agriculture sustainability through the water and soil management. What are the implications and what are the challenges for this? Because we have executed one project on this funded by the World Bank on natural farming and organic farming. We have one center of excellence also. So these are some of the collaborators, national, international collaborators with us. So this is the agriculture scenarios as on today, and what are the challenges in the Indian food system. This is the recent some of the figures which are just enlightening us to why we are talking about the sustainable agriculture and greenhouse gas emissions. And these are some of the facts about the Himachal Pradesh. We have, because I am from the Himachal Pradesh, we have the climate change indicators also like the other states, but we have the advantages of this increase in the temperature also. There is increase in the cultivated area under the apple crops. And we were the pioneer people in the earlier IPCC 4 that we submitted our work that was reflected in IPCC that why the apple belt is shifting upward because of the increase in the temperatures. So these are the current climatic conditions, because in Himachal Pradesh, hailstorm in a few districts that has increased by the 60%, and frequent droughts are there in very smaller period. Erratic rainfall is there, and these are the recent floods and landslide. Recently, last year in Himachal Pradesh had witnessed a very devastating, and it is impacting on the crop health and the soil health also, and pest and diseases also. These are some of the indicators just to tell you that in Himachal Pradesh there is an increase in maximum temperature and decrease in minimum temperatures. That is, the DTR is increasing. That is reflecting on our apple crop yield because of the pollinators are impacting because of this specific observations which is being observed in the Himachal Pradesh. And these are some of the facts. We have a lot of waters in Himachal Pradesh, different rivers, they are coming, snow-fed rivers. But in lower regions, around 35% of the total surplus water that has been shown decreasing trend or decreased in last 40 years, and that has a bigger problem in downstreams like this Punjab and Haryana and lower Delhi places also. And why I am showing these slides, because we are in agriculture 5.0 and agriculture 4.0. So when we talk about this, talking about this natural farming, organic farming, we have to integrate the different technologies together like agriculture 4.0 and agriculture 5.0. So this is very important. Otherwise, if we go by the primitive one, that is agriculture 1.0, it is very difficult to cope up with this. This is a relational diagram. Everybody knows about this, and we know that how thirsty we. These are some of the work we have done for the Himachal Pradesh, that is the traditional irrigation practices in Himachal Pradesh. There is a government scheme also. Instead of going for the watershed management, we go for the spring shed management, and these are the different spring shed in order to have management of different green sheds, the spring sheds. These are the different systems which are to be protected, and they are helpful for the smaller region, but they are very, very important for this region. So these are some of the challenges, because the drying water sources, already mentioned that more than 35% of the water sources they have been dried, and there are again the dependency on the traditional methods. People are not changing to the new methods. There is no sprinkler irrigations. Only the horticulture sector, which is an organized sector, they are using this high-tech irrigation system. But other in agriculture, it is difficult to adopt, and people are not adopting because of the higher cost and infrastructure in that region. And these are some of the challenges. We have around 2,000 farmers. We have surveyed the 2,000 farmers. What are the different challenges and what are the constraints of the irrigation in agriculture production system? So we have enlisted here some of this, that is some of the dominant crops, that is people are still following wheat, barley, maize and rice. But the rice, since the high value, high water requirement crop, people are shifting to the low water requirement crops also. But these are some of the work we have enlisted through the different, from the farmer surveys. See, these are some of the general management practices initiatives in Himachal Pradesh we have followed. And I think if we see the report of the Niti Aayog, Himachal has the best performer in the composite water index also, composite water score also. And I was looking at the Karnataka state also. The Karnataka in last 4-5 years that has performed well, but Himachal has one of the best performer. And recently we have used one of the IoT models for the irrigation systems in the apple crop, because apples are grown in the slopy regions, and right from the 200 meter height up to the 3,200 meter height also. And it is the most profitable system, that is IoT system, putting some of the sensors also, and it will also satisfy with this. These are some of the, everybody knows some of the good practices we can follow. So these are some farmer studies and the farmers pond for the water conservations. Here we can see that how much water we are saving and how much the net income we are increasing because of this small small watershed or small pond management, and it is serving for the 1 hectare area, that is 10,000 square meter area. This is again a farmer case studies, again the check dams, and here we have also the critical irrigation system on the vegetable crops. Here what we are doing here, we are scheduling the irrigation based on the real-time weather data, integrating the real-time weather data using the spatial data also. And then we are trying to find out the irrigations, not on the irrigation at the different stages of the crop or the critical stages of the crop. When we use the real-time weather data, we used to save 1 to 2 irrigations also. And here we have the examples, some of the examples which has been successfully implemented. And this is the Jal Kunds in local language. We say that, but the impact of the Jal Kund on the Rabi crops. This is the rain-fed district. Hamirpur is a totally rain-fed district, and these are some of the studies with the help of the CRIDA. We have around 10 different demonstrations, but I have put only one demonstration. Here we can see that crop yield has also increased, and even the net income has also increased. And this is the one of the studies funded by the World Bank, that how much is the surplus water or the harvestable water we can use for the planning purposes in the different districts and in the different blocks also, in the different agroclimatic zones also, because there is a one zone which is a dry temperate zone which is only using these irrigated crops only because there is no crops. And then finally coming to the organic agriculture with respect to the management of the soils, this is one of the very important practices, and we have found that around 104, it is not 104, but it is 1,400 kg of carbon dioxide we can offset by using these agriculture practices like the organic practices. We have the center of excellence also on this organic farming and natural farming. And there are some of the evidences also that when we go for the organic farming, how much carbon dioxide we can offset also by localizing the food, by the phasing out the nitrogenous fertilizers. So there is around 29.7%. And this is the another studies we have put from the Canada. This is just to show you that how this worldwide it is happening, that global warming, it has a lot of potential. Global warming, this organic agriculture, it is evidenced everywhere that organic and natural farming has a lot of, and the most important thing that agrobiodiversity, organic farming, that is the savior of the agrobiodiversity also. Even the local land races, they are performed well under these conditions. So this is again the studies from the Germany, that the case study organic versus conventional farming. So how this 5 times less water consumption in the organic farming compared to the conventional farming. But when we talk about this natural farming, the people say that only the 1 cow is sufficient for 1 hectare area instead of the 30 cows for the organic agricultures. So if we talk about the water footprints of the 1 cow, it is more than 2.8 lakhs per year. So if we talk about the 30 cows, and then let us talk about the 1 cow. So this natural farming, we tried the natural farming in the open area and also in the protected cultivations also. All the protected cultivation, this natural farming practices, they were used in the protected agriculture, and we found some of the encouraging result for the climate resilience. But one thing I would like to mention here, that we are talking about the climate resilience, but the yield reduction is there. We are able to get only 60% of the yield of the conventional area with the recommended practices. And if we talk about this natural farming, sometimes people say this is very safe and secure food. But there are reports by the government of India that there are some amino acids which are very helpful, which are found under this natural farming products. But otherwise, some other nutrients, they are almost equal and not significant differences there. So this is again a meta-analysis based on 343 peer review publications, that the concentration range of antioxidant it is increased under the protected agriculture. These are our own studies which we did for the management of the pests and diseases in our one of the World Bank funded project recently completed under the NAHP. And it is very, very, very important that the greenhouse whitefly is a very most important insect, and we are able to control by 80% by using this one. These are some of the bio-intensive management of the diseases which are used under the protected cultivator. This is our, and these are some of the examples that the input cost or the cost of cultivation is 2,000 rupees in comparison to 20,000 rupees. But whereas if you see the income, it is 1,500 in case of the natural farming compared to the chemical farming. So this is the Subhas Palekar natural farming, and this was the studies from this thing. This is the one of the farmer. He has we have shown this as a startup also. In addition to the apple crop, he took the different crops like the peas, beans, rajmas, and other things, and he is able to get more than 2,85,000 rupees per hectare basis on that particular yield using some of the natural farming techniques also. So this natural farming, this has another advantage of the keeping the good soil health also. This is we can say that this crop residue, they can be increased under the water use efficiency can also increase. So this is the IT case, or some of the Himalayan bioresources content which we used for spraying purposes and for the storage purposes, and we are able to save around 1 to 2 sprays in the IPM based on the farmer's field data, and no chemical was used for the storage purpose and the greenhouse gas or the food grains under the storage. These are some of the examples from the Himachal Pradesh. Now, these days we are talking about the biofortification. There is agronomic biofortifications also. When we apply these different nutrients, they not only help in increasing the nutrient content of the product, but they also help in this microbial soil microbiome also, that also increases, and even this increase the water use efficiency also, and reduce the drought stress also. Of the project, and it was directed by the World Bank also, that why don't you use the spatial product which are open source instead of going for the data which is taken from the different sources. It is difficult to take the data, so we use the different spatial data, the online system also, and then we are giving the advisories to the farmers, and when we give the advisories to the farmer for the entire districts, we use the open source data. We are able to skip 1 to 2 irrigations, 6 to 12 centimeters of the water per hectare basis in the irrigated crops like potato crops. But if we talk about the organic and inorganic water footprints of the potato crops, it is almost the same. But the yield of this under the organic agriculture and the conventional agriculture, organic agriculture, it is around 60% of the total. And this is the protected agriculture. This is the new regimes also, and these are some of the proofs that a reduction in the emission of the water requirement also, and also in the greenhouse gas emissions. These are very important. And this slide I have taken, and specifically if we see that if there is a crop, it is this much, and how much water requirement per plant is there in case of this protected agriculture. It reduces even the hydroponics and conventional farming. We have 3 startups under this World Bank project under the hydroponics and this vertical farming, where the farmers are earning from 8 lakh to 25 lakh rupees. And this is our own studies which showed that how much NPK is saving over the conventional agriculture when we are using the IoT model or the smart irrigations, even in the hydroponics also. And this is the drip versus this is, everybody knows that the drip has advantage of using this one. And this is the chemigations, one of the another project we use the chemigation using the fertilizer, pesticide, and with the irrigations water. So we are able to save around out of the 9, we are able to save around the 7 sprays of the irrigations, and it can be successfully used for some of the diseases crops when we go for the chemigations instead of going for the direct spray also. So when we talk about the millets, because the conference is based on the millets, because the millets are befitting case for the rain-fed area, because in the initial stage of the millets, they require the less water, so that is why they are more suitable for growing even under not having the pre-sowing irrigations or not having the irrigations also under the rain-fed conditions also. And the most critical stages in case of the millets, majority of the millets, it is the stage of the flowering to the early grain stage. In Himachal Pradesh, we grow the millets. This is exclusively under the rain-fed conditions. There is a 0 irrigation water footprints of this millets crop when we grow in the Himachal Pradesh. And this is the another studies, everybody would agree with me that only 10 to 20% of the fertilizer requirements through the microbial can be fulfilled. Otherwise 100% we cannot meet out. So when we go for the integrated approach like the organic agriculture and then like the microbial this one, then we can help in saving the environment also. This is under the agriculture 4.0, how this GIS and remote sensing that can help. So we have also executed some of the projects also even at the block levels, but are the different constraints in by using this, or what are the different technologies we can use, but they can be used at the managerial levels of this, not by the farmers. At the managerial level they can be helpful for the advisory purposes only. And these are some of the climate services which even at present the IMD is providing. If we talk about the flood and drought, it is a real-time weather forecast is available. The extreme heat advisories are available. Even these days, even the landslide advisories are available, made available to all the regions or the blocks of the India, throughout the India by the IMD, and we can make use of these things by reducing the climate risk also. These are the different services. And this is my conclusion, that is only the climate smart agriculture integrating with artificial intelligence driven technologies, smart irrigations, they can be answer for the tomorrows. And there is a lot of scope when we go for the integrated model, or we can say when we use in the forecast, that is ensembled model. So here we can also use the ensembled model using the organic, natural farming, some of the conventional farming in order to feed the huge populations of this world. These are some of the recommendations out of my presentations, and there are some of the challenges also for the good practices. So this is, thank you very much. I have a bit little fast, so if any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Dr. So thank you very much, and I think we will take the discussion later. And yeah, so great. I think this presentation really showed us that Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. So, very nice presentation showing us that how a state like Himachal Pradesh can tackle those challenges with some advanced water management techniques and some integration of the indigenous knowledge. Let's move to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Dr. Ravi Shankar Manikam from World Vegetable Center. Dr. Manikam? Oh. You're here. Oh, you're getting ready. Yeah. So Dr. Manikam is a senior scientist at World Vegetable Center, and he has over 19 years experience in vegetable production across South Asia, East Asia, and Africa. His specialization in promoting sustainable farming system through agroecological practices that enhance biodiversity, improve soil health, and support climate resilience. So another talk to show us that how our food system or how our production system can be more resilient to climate change. Over to you, Dr. Manikam.
Thank you, Amrit. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a short introduction about World Vegetable Center. It is in Taiwan. It's established in 1970s as an Asian Vegetable Research and Development Center. Since we started working in Africa, and we changed the name to World Vegetable Center. Now we started working in South America and Latin America too. And this already covered by Juhan. So current scenario of Indian agriculture, especially agriculture, if you see, with the green revolution, more use of biological, that is new varieties, pest and disease resistant varieties, chemicals and mechanical innovations, and investment, irrigation and infrastructure, the land area increased. But at the same time, the production also increased farm income, if you see the local level, access to food to the consumers is also increased. The poverty, hunger is reduced, especially post-independence. But it has the trade-offs. Because of more use of chemicals, the soil quality is reduced. Groundwater quality is also going down because of like more than 1,100 feet borewells are there now. Because of more reliant on the few varieties, so the biodiversity also decreased with monocropping. Ultimately, environmental also degraded. This doesn't support the sustainable production and consumption patterns. And with continuous cultivation of monocrops, the pest pressure, farmers are mainly relying on resistant varieties and the chemicals, none other than that. Because of that, increasing in temperature, like even 1 degree Celsius, most of the resistant genes which are in vegetables are breaking down, so they are more susceptible, and the pest also becoming resistant to the chemicals. So in total, the ecosystem is getting deteriorated. One best example is in Madhya Pradesh, the chili cultivation. Farmers used to cultivate a lot of chilies for the past 10 years, but the last 2 years it's heavily came down because more pressure, because of continuous monocropping, there is a more pressure of whiteflies and thrips population, especially because they are used to cultivate a lot of soya beans. So the soya bean harvesting and chili planting is coinciding. So most of the population, pest population is moving from one crop to another, especially. Then they used to go for continuous cultivation of chilies year round. That supports the pest population. Then because of the viral disease, the harvest window is previously it's about for 3 months, now 1 or 1.5 months. So the cost of production increased with reduced income. Chemical systems are not effective. Then farmers stopped growing chilies. So we have one project supported by BSF Nanhams, and the implementing partner is Solidarity in Madhya Pradesh, Sini Tata Trust in Jharkhand and Odisha, and in Assam by Sista. So we designed the agro system design with overall the landscape systems. This mostly in the transformation level, agrosystems transformation level is level 1, and some sort of level 2 and 3. So in the surroundings, we targeted to use the crops like neem, wheat, which are used as a botanicals for the pest management, and the border crops like maize to prevent the pest entry into the field. And also inside the crop itself, we had the breaks of other family crops so that the pest movement will be reduced. Then to support the crop inside, so we have the intra-row intercropping with other cash crops or functional crops. So here we try to increase the biodiversity in the field and on the surroundings. So here the pest regulation, we target the pest reduction, improving soil health with legumes and nutrient cycling, improving the pollination with the trap crop which have the good flowering ability like marigold. Then bio-mulching by growing the crops like Tephrosia, Gliricidia and cutting and using as a bio-mulch so that the moisture conservation and also soil health improvement. Then integrating with that legumes, short duration legumes like mung bean, black gram, so that the additional protein requirement will be fulfilled. This gives the additional income and climate resilience. So this is our approach. Whatever I thought, this is diverse crop selection, functional plant groupings, then spatial arrangement with the different crops, then soil and nutrient management, pest and disease management using sticky traps, trap crops, botanical pesticide, natural predators, and crop rotation in the last with ecosystem services, along with irrigation and post-harvest value addition services. So here we got this economic benefit, environmental benefit, and social benefits. So this is our overall design from approaching from the outside of the field, including grasses like vetiver grass to prevent the soil erosion where the field is slopey. Then slowly we enter into the field one by one, and we have about 150 demonstrations in Madhya Pradesh along with the control, and 150 in other 3 states. So here for the selection of crop combination, we prepared a full basket of crops, and we decided based upon the compatibility with the main cash crop and the root architecture, growth habitats, nutritional needs, light requirements, and functional plants. So we integrated like that. For example, for bitter gourd, we break it with legumes in between, and we try to integrate one side with legumes. That is though it is a functional crop, but it acts as a food crop for them. And then another is we try to introduce some of the crops that of nutritional importance for soil. Here we introduced one side it is a legume or a soil building crop, then another side it is a functional crops. Most people prefer to go with legumes because they are very short duration and quickly it will fix the nitrogen and even it will supply to the current crop, cash crop. Then water conservation because of the act as a cover crops. Then nutritional security, they are able to harvest green gram or black gram, and they are able to consume in that same. So this is the results. We started in 2024 last year. We did the agroecological, the tape survey from tape survey and soil sampling. So we are planning to do it for 3 years in the same field. Then the data will be accumulated like crop diversity index, land equivalent ratio. This is the first just partial data. Here you can see the tomato. The benefit cost ratio is 2.6 with demonstration with all the integration of all the crop, but in control it is less. It's similar with eggplant and chili, but chili it's very less because the variety which we use that is more susceptible to the whitefly and also the viral diseases, but despite that they are able to get 1.5 cost benefit ratio, but in control it is negative because it's totally failed. They are able to get 1 or 2 harvests. Here we haven't included the secondary crop income like either border crop maize or intercrop with mung bean. Because of the shade, the chili has little bit, the pest population is controlled. The same thing we observed in Benin when we integrated the chili and maize together. We are able to achieve total land equivalent ratio is higher. Though the primary cash crop like maize, the yield income reduced. Maybe they are able to get 90%, but they are able to good success. And few of our other projects like Apart Johar project, with our IPM techniques, they are able to reduce pesticide use by 56%, and whatever the pesticide they are using, they are the safe chemicals we advertise. Then apart from that, we also documented, this is the one of the system which Dar and Jabuwa, that is MP region farmers already practicing. This is the tribal population. They are able to grow almost 5 crops in the field during the rainy season. The main crop is cotton, followed by maize, and these are the intercrops. These are all in the same rows. So despite if there is a climate failure, rain failure, they are able to harvest few crops. So the similar system is there, that the Milpa system in Mesoamerica, the 3 sister concept, like the main crop is maize, then it supports the legume crop like French beans, then the creeper crops like squash or pumpkin, this acts as a cover crop. This is the pull push technology. It's also the similar type. It's very much successful in East Africa, developed by ECP. But during our this introduction, we faced some of the challenges. Though people long back they used to practice most of the systems which we are telling, but the new generations they are unaware of it, and the initial inputs they are unable to get. For example, Gliricidia is highly available in Assam, but not in Maharashtra. MP. They are not even not able to know about the Gliricidia. So we introduced, but it will take time. It need to grow, and they have to cut. They have to put some mulch. So we are trying to get the full-fledged results after maybe in the 3rd year. And we also introduced like Teprosia, but it doesn't have any economic value to them except the functional benefits. So they are not ready to accept, but they are ready to accept mung bean or green gram, black gram, etc. And the transition cost they have to know. Then policy and market constraints. So even though they are producing, what benefit they are going to get, that we have to see. Then farmers are always skewed towards the cash crops. So here some of the solution is capacity building of the farmers. So we approached through farmers field schools. So we created the local level entrepreneurship. So they produce the botanicals, biofertilizers, and they are selling it to the other farmers, like enriching vermicompost, etc. So in incentivizing the biodiversity friendly practices and economic value of ecosystem services. So previous presentation, they calculated social and economic environmental cost. So are they going to get that one? So we have to advise the policy makers to consider that one and supporting the policy frameworks. So thank you very much. So I'll take the questions last.
Thank you, Dr. Manikam. Another very nice presentation showing the potential of the practices to harness the real potential of biodiversity for pest and nutrient management, and a special thank you because you also saved us another 8 minutes, very crucial at this point. So our next speaker is not with us, so we are missing Frank. He can't join us virtually, so we will move forward. And now I would like to invite Ali. And Dr. Ali Ateneo is a seed system scientist at International Potato Center in Nairobi, and he's a seed system expert. You want to speak here?
I can pick this one. Yeah, I think it's better.
Is this one?
Yeah. Good evening. Yes, I'm Eli Atieno from International Potato Center, based in Nairobi, but our headquarters is in Lima, Peru. So today I'm going to give a very brief presentation of some of the innovations that we have in disease management, and I'll go to talk about the vegetatively propagated crops. So I'm moving away a bit from the cereals and all that. Now we get into another. I think this one will motivate people who are a bit tired now because we are shifting gears a bit. So I've structured this presentation in 5 ways. One, I'll give you why do we think these vegetative propagated crops are very unique, and again, what are kind of global threats, because we are also talking about trade. And you know, crops like potato now is a global crop that is moved from one country to another, and it also has a bit of bigger threats in terms of spreading diseases. I'll talk about some of the innovations in that domain in terms of the management, some challenges and barriers that why are people not using these technologies in terms of management, and I give some concluding remarks. So these are the structured way for the presentation, but if you need to talk more about all these other areas and other things, I'm around for another 2 days, so you can meet me on the corridors. So what are unique about what we call the vegetatively propagated crops? And this includes crops like potato, sweet potato, yams, cassava, banana. They are very essential, we all agree, in terms of the global food systems. And one of the problems is the way of propagation. The part of that plant is what is used again as seed to do the planting. And this comes with a lot of challenges because it gives an avenue for diseases to get in and then transferred from one generation to another. And now, as scientists dealing with the plant pathology, one of the challenges we find in management of these vegetatively propagated crops, one is when you look at the systems, and everybody can attest to these, of crops like cassava, sweet potato, their seed systems are not very well developed, including potatoes, because it's only in developed countries where the seed systems of potatoes is a bit developed. One of the other things is the repeated use of the planting materials. When people harvest potato, whatever they harvest is what they plant. Same as cassava, sweet potato vines, they cut. And this gives an opportunity for the disease to spread from one generation to another. So if it's not managed well, then we are just transferring the disease. The other thing is the spread. And again, the limited availability of the resistant varieties of this kind of crops. So I'll give you a bit of example, and I'll use potato as an example of how then these vegetatively propagated crops becomes a threat in terms of the spread of diseases globally. And when you look at a crop, a disease like bacterial wilt, which is caused by Ralstonia solanacearum, this is a quarantine disease first, and in most of the country they use what we call zero tolerance. If any consignment is found to have any trace of that disease, then the whole consignment is rejected. And if it was meant for seed, then it's rejected, and one has to use it for other purposes. If you look at now how the countries are structured, you find seed are moving from one country to another in a formal way or in informal ways because of the boundaries that we have. And we have seen this mostly in countries in East Africa where you find the different phylotypes of this pathogen is spread across all the countries, despite all the regulation and the border restrictions that have been put in place. The other one is the potato cyst nematode. The potato cyst nematode, when you look at how it originated from South America, then with the movement of potato, it moved to Europe. Then Europe became like a secondary distribution point. So from Europe, it has spread like all over the world. So that means that, again, it being a quarantine pest, it means like you cannot trade on seed if your country or the seed has been suspected to have the potato seed nematode. It is very difficult to eradicate. It can take over 20 years to eradicate it from the field. Another example of a disease that has been really problematic is the late blight. And I know people who have dealt with potato know about the late blight. One of the challenges with the late blight is the strain is changing all the time. Once you develop some chemicals, then after some few years, then the strain has changed. We are now dealing with a strain that is very resistant to some of the chemicals that were being used initially, like the metalaxyl. Now people are developing more and more chemicals to deal with the disease. So when you look at countries in East Africa, we've done a lot of studies, and now we're even collecting some samples from Asia. And we're looking at the movement of these different strains, and it is changing every time. So if you look at all these issue of the diseases, one, it will restrict trade, because in most of the countries we need what we call the phytosanitary certificate, and one of the requirements is the consignment that you are sending to that country must not have those diseases that I've mentioned there. So first of all, it's a restriction to trade, and we now need to find really some ways on how to do the management of these diseases. And one of the things is we need to do the proper diagnostics. We have challenges in some areas where wrong diagnostics has been done, a consignment has been denied, but then it causes losses to other countries. The other problem is you find some countries don't have the capacity to manage or to detect those kind of diseases. We had an incident some years back in Nigeria where we imported a container from Netherlands. It was at the port. The National Plant Protection Organization they didn't have the methodologies to do the diagnostics of those diseases. So the consignment had to stay in the port for 3 months. When it was opened, we had lost about 3/4 of the consignment, and that is a loss to our seed producers and an entrepreneur. So we are trying to develop what kind of ways and innovative ways of managing this disease. One is the climate smart management, which mostly is through breeding, where we breed for resistance to the various diseases. The other one is starting with the healthy planting material. This has been a big problem because we need to develop ways of getting faster early generation seed, which can be multiplied within a very short time, and then we have seed available. Because in the conventional way, you find the seed is multiplied for like 3 or 4 to 6 generations before it is available for farmers to use. So we are looking at what kind of technologies do we use to minimize or reduce this time so that the farmer has the seed at the earliest time available. The other one is on the use of identification and diagnostic tools. What kind of tools can we use to faster diagnose? Because if we look at the process of seed certification, samples have to be taken to the lab. It takes some weeks or months in some other countries for you to have the result. So we have developed some kind of tools and methods where you can do an instant test in the field and give feedback immediately to the farmer or the seed producers whether the seed is being rejected or it can be used for a different purpose. The other thing that we have been working on the decision support tools, so that it helps the farmers to make decision on how many sprays can I do, because now farmers are just making blanket decisions on spraying, that we are doing weekly spray, bi-weekly spray, or spraying after every 4 days. So they need some kind of tools to help them make decision whether do I need to spray, also based on different factors. Then also some interactive diagnostic tools. I'll go through quickly some of the innovations that we have. For early generation seed production, we have tested some sand hydroponics to kind of rapidly produce early generation seed which can be multiplied and taken to the farmer. I think in India now what we are doing here is on the apical rooted cuttings, which has been really adapted well here in Karnataka. Now Odisha is also doing, and West Bengal, which helps to faster multiply the seed. In terms of diagnostics, we have tested and validated what we call the loop-mediated isothermal amplification, which is a faster way of doing disease diagnostics and testing. It takes around 30 minutes, and then you have your result. It's fast, it's very accurate, sensitive, and reliable. You can also just do it directly in the field. Also, in terms of cost, it's a bit more cost-effective compared to the PCR, which are recommended for some of the tests. The other one is the decision support tool for late blight management. We have developed some kind of a disk-based decision support tool where a farmer, depending on the varieties that they're growing, the green one is if it's growing a resistant variety, the red one if it's growing a susceptible variety, and the yellow one he can use when he's growing a moderately resistant variety. So what he does, he just check in terms of the rainy days, how many rainy days has gone through, when was the last day he has sprayed. So he just move all that discs, and then it gives some calculation. In that calculation, it gives a number which he checks inside. Then it recommends whether to spray, whether not to spray, or which kind of a chemical to spray. Through this, we have seen a bit of a reduction in terms of the chemicals that have been used in late blight management, because farmers were just spraying blindly. But through this approach, it was reduced by almost half. And we also calculated the environmental impact quotient, which was reduced almost by half again using this tool in the management of potato late blight. The other things that we have been working on is with other colleagues from the sister centers is on what we call the plant village, which was developed by the Penn State University and experts from here. We are taking pictures of diseases from many crops. Then it's taken through the machine learning, where then a farmer can just take a picture of that symptom of the disease, and then it can be told which kind of disease is that and what kind of recommendations are available for managing the disease. Some of the challenges we have seen is the cost of these innovations in terms of developing them, because most of them we depend on donor funded projects to develop this kind of innovation. The diagnostic tool, like breeding for the resistance, it's also quite expensive. Then the other thing is a lack of awareness and education, or sometimes we call the capacity building, where farmers need to be educated in terms of the availability and the use of these tools. The other thing that has been missing a lot is on the issue of extension services. And I think this also makes these digital tools to become important to try and support and bridge that gap, because now in many countries they are not funding the extension services. The other one, we have some of the regulatory hurdles in some countries, where some biocontrol, if you want to use some biocontrol agents, there are no licenses for that. In some countries you cannot use drones if you want to do some kind of surveillance and all that. In conclusion, I'll say now for us to, in the management of these diseases, we really need some kind of the technological integrations. We've talked of the precision agriculture, the digital tools, which really give some real-time disease identification and management option the farmer. Now we are in the era of machine learning and AI, so we should actually make use of those technologies. The other thing is the issue of a global and regional collaboration. And looking at my earlier presentation slides, you see most of these diseases, they cut across and they affect you. And there was somebody who said here in the morning that if your neighbor is not managing the disease and you are managing, then it's like you have not managed, because already there'll be. So there is need for global and regional collaboration in terms of management of this. We share the knowledge that we have, like in conferences like this, the resources and those innovations that we have developed. The other issue is how to sustain this. And I'll give an example of some of these applications, because them being project funded, so once the project has ended, what next? Who is going to really fund again the development? And I've seen some of the countries, they have already taken steps into now picking up some of these and institutionalizing them, being part of their extension services. I think I'll stop there. I have a lot to say, but because of time, we can talk later.
Thank you very much, Ali. It's a very important topic, because even in Europe now, some potato growers in organic are causing some concern for conventional growers. And what you said is, like, if your neighbor is not managing disease very well, it's also a trouble. So now we are already moving slowly from one farm to the landscape level. And this is also a very nice connection, because in the conclusion slide of Ali, he talked about the technological integration. Today we were not very successful, but our next speaker is seeing it from a different perspective. And join me to welcome Rushi Vyas. Rushi Vyas is a GRI certified sustainable professional, a graduate in commerce with sustainability and social impact from the University of New South Wales, Australia. And he is going to talk about what are the global perspective, or there are global opportunities for artificial intelligence integration to solve such challenges. Over to you.
Is this working? Perfect. Can you hear me well? Perfect. Yeah. So I would love to start with a few narratives that we hear all the time around us. And whatever state it might be, it can be Karnataka, it can be somewhere in Germany, it's the same thing people are talking about. How do I deal with the constant degradation of soil health while being productive? I really stress about what's happening. At the same time, we've got the best of scientists who are already coming up with research and mentioning how they are struggling to actually scale it up. Because sometimes research is not universally applicable, because too many variables are actually changing. That's really a problem. And at the same time, there's a lot of governments, communities, organizations that we just talked about, which also really want to build this resilience and help and empower the entire ecosystem to go ahead together. We did hear about GIZ and Dr. Alok when he started, that all of these are linked to one problem. It is essentially about how we are thinking. That leads to one thing. What if I told you that the next farming revolution is not about what we plant? It is actually about how we essentially fundamentally think about these bigger problems. And when we actually take a step back and start looking at these problems from a new perspective, new in terms of technology, that we've just got a good transition about how technology and AI specifically can be leveraged into this specific space, we are then talking about understanding impact on the environment and what is the environment's impact on us. But when we add a capability or technology that has not been actually used to its full potential, it actually changes everything that we do. As of now, if we take a local example, and even when Ellie mentioned it, there's a lot of apps, there's a lot of photographs and apps and tools and units and capabilities that the government has empowered the farmers with to actually just take a photo and ask, what is wrong with my plant? What is this disease? But then the one problem that comes in is these are actually really efficient. Scalability is actually not a problem because everyone's built their local version of ESAP or the soil health card. But the thing that then comes in is actually making this manual and focused monitoring options to continuous and focused real-time monitoring. At the same time, there's a lot of siloed information that goes into these. Soil health, if it actually became a digitally empowered and integrated solution, there's a lot of communication it can actually have with the ESAP portal. And this makes it unified, smart, and holistic. I was sitting next to two farmers earlier, and the one thing they mentioned was, sometimes we cannot just use the data because it is not applicable to our farms. This is specifically what I'm talking about, the holisticity of it. Controlled and scalable measures are limited because they cannot be scaled beyond a point. They're too controlled. This removes it and streamlines it because integrations are now possible. Precision recommendations are very preventive. If there's a problem, this is the solution. And the solution is usually a certain type of pesticide or fertilizer. But that is leading to an overload. And we need to make sure that these recommendations and solutions are actually sustainable. Why are we fixing problems when they actually happen and not proactively predicting those problems through tools like machine learning? And at the end, we need to make sure that this prediction happens at a larger scale. The scale of prediction is what we actually need to improve. And this is specifically what I want to talk about today, the scale of prediction. There's a lot of use of agriculture and AI models in Australia, which is where I'm coming from today. I'm representing Australia and Sydney, where we've had heaps of information on actionable outputs. We've got all the weather data, which is actually integrated. But sometimes it is not considered equivalent to air sampling. I'll be talking about a specific technology soon, right after this. But we need to actually gather these, may it be soil health, may it be crop health, may it be preventive measures combined with predictive measures, and then building an ecosystem which is completely smart and applicable to every single case study or sample that we want to talk about. That is where localization comes in. A specific measure or technology that I want to talk about is BioScout. In Australia, in a short term, they've been able to reduce 50% of diseases that occur as a preventive measure and proactively actually calculated. In the long term, they have started reducing the use of fertilizers by more than 28%, which is really good for the environment and is really sustainable. And then in an even longer term, which is sustainability, the planet, it has supported the government to stop providing these subsidies because the use of these fertilizers in the first place is then reducing. This reduces the economic load on the government as well as the farmers, which should be the key. This technology essentially collects air samples in real time through a sticky strip, which keeps on analyzing these samples because pores and spores are actually collected by it. Once they're stuck to that specific module, they're then analyzed and constantly photographed based on real-time lab data. So the scientists are still in the loop. Remember, AI is not replacing anyone. And at the same time, it then analyzes and proactively starts looking at any change before there is a visible change in soil or the crop. And then, based on that, it compares it with the photographs or the other data that's collected based on your preference. May it be the 5 neighboring farms or the 5 cities which are neighboring that one farm, based on what they prefer. This essentially gives our frontline workers, the ones who are actually really passionate about what they do, but are really stressed about what they do sometimes, the farmers. It makes practices sustainable because it is not depending on what preventive measures are, and it also creates a lot of peace of mind because every single time there's a minute change in the crop's health or something's wrong in the air, you can easily sniff out saying there's something wrong. We might have noticed that there's something wrong, and it gives a notification, it gives an alert. In India specifically, there might be infrastructural challenges of internet connectivity, but that is what we need to do. A pilot test where it is already available is what we need to start testing on. Why do we need to wait for everyone to have the infrastructure and only then start rolling a pilot? That doesn't make sense. Spray timings is something that it can automatically start recommending to you. Your field is not the same as someone else's, And that is one of the reasons the farmers were talking about, that sometimes the data is too holistic. It is not useful to us because it was taken from a similar field but not the same land. This is what the technology does. And there's a lot of preventive measures that it actually helps to save as well. AI, again, I want to talk about, is not about replacing humans. It's about equipping humans to do whatever they're doing more efficiently, more actively, and most importantly, more sustainably. If these models of resilience, sustainability, and human-centered growth are actually followed, the A in AI, which is artificial, stays. And the humans don't need to be replaced. There's a huge resistance towards AI models, primarily saying this is going to take my jobs away. It's just, this is the first time you'll be doing something different from what you've been doing all this time, and take it as an opportunity to actually deploy technology and go ahead with it. This is an endless discussion, so I don't want to take all your time. I'll be here for next 10 days or almost 10 days. Let's catch up if you want to talk about anything in terms of scalability, sustainability, and anything AI in specific context to your own questions. You can connect with me right here. Perfect. That's honestly it. Thank you.
Here is your phone. So, I'm happy to listen that AI is not replacing anyone, so we will have our jobs. So that's encouraging. But that's also a nice link. One thing Rushi mentioned is about the scalability, and that leads us to adoption. Like, what is hindering us to make this one step further? And that leads us to our last but not least talk of this session. I'm very honored to welcome Dr. Randeep Singh Poswal. Dr. Randeep Singh Poswal is a retired Assistant Director General of Agriculture Extension, and now he's working with the ICRISAT as a seed system specialist, and he's going to tell us about how to make extension system work, because I think that's what he has done successfully, managing all the KVKs in India. Please, Dr. Singh.
Thank you, Dr. Amrit, for a nice introduction, and thanks for chairing the session. First of all, I'm thankful to the organizers for inviting me for this international conference. Since this session started, I think we have been talking about different challenges we are facing, and it is, of course, context specific, but there are some constraints and challenges which are global, and we just need to align that. And climate change is one such example, which is across boundaries. And even if one country works and another doesn't work, I think it's not going to work. We have to work as a team and not individually. If we think about India, number of challenges. I mean, feeding 1.45 billion population itself is a great challenge. And coupled with the small farmers, the marginal farmers, having less than 2 hectares of land, and your water stress, water scarcity, poor soil health, and using chemical fertilizers, and along with that getting number of disease, pests, controlling that, again declining your natural resources, your biodiversity. So challenging all these things and taking a holistic approach to feed that much of population in itself is a challenge. And the organization which I worked for more than 33 years, that's Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Just for some of the guests who have come from abroad, this organization was established in 1929. We have 113 research institutes across the country working on different commodities in different agroecological regions. We have 731 Krishi Vigyan Kendras, we call KVKs, and almost in all the districts we have that extension system, and ICR is managing those KVKs, fully funding them, and that is one of the most innovative and large extension system as far as India is concerned. Leave apart the State Department of Agriculture, are not included it, but in this particular presentation I will be talking about mostly the innovative extension models which are being developed by Indian Council of Agriculture Research, addressing these challenges: your climate change, your deficit nutrition, unemployment, declining soil health, value addition and processing. So different extension models for the different challenges I have tried to cover that. And this is a project which we had initiated, that is National Innovations on Climate Resilient Agriculture. Almost all the institutions are working on this, but there are a number of KVKs, 151 KVKs are working exclusively on these problems, and it is there are, problems, say particularly getting labor. So working on custom hire service centers, every farmer, because we have small and marginal farmers, every farmer can't purchase machinery which is so expensive. So we have developed a model of custom hire service centers from where the farmers can get the machinery at a cheap rate and they can get their work done. There are when we talk about climate challenges, erratic rainfall, drought and other things, there is a shortage of fodder. We were talking about One Health and One World, One Family, so animals is a part of that. So having fodder for them is also very important. Seed bank, we talk about that there should be some contingency plan for things for the next crop due to climate resilience or other things. But having seed, restore that, the viability and other components is important. So our project is taking care of all these, and so far 0.7 million farmers have been benefited through this program. 65 KVKs, you must be reading in newspapers that there is pollution in Delhi, and we initiated that there has to be some arresting of this burning of residues, particularly rice residues, and it was mainly attributed to those states which are surrounding New Delhi, particularly Uttar Pradesh, Haryana and Punjab. So there were definitely some up and down in burning of crop residues at farmers' field, and there are different reasons for that. Most of us blame farmers that it is their mindset and they are not listening, but let me tell you, I'm not simply a scientist, I'm a farmer also, and I understand if someone is doing it, we should listen it. Why is it happening so? Burning a crop residue, nobody likes it, no? And apart from that, if he is punished for that, there is FIR against him, he has to go to court and other things. Nobody feels like going through that kind of a process. So we as scientists, I think we have to give solution to residue management also. That's again a responsibility and a feedback from this. When we think of different residue management machineries which are available with us, the scientists have given different machineries: happy seeder, smart seeder, surface seeder and smart seeder. Depending upon what is the problem with different machineries. Some are very heavy and some are not liked by farmers. farmers work with those machines which are compatible with their previous thinking. They had been preparing their field previously, and zero tillage was not going down well with them, so they were interested to have smart seeder. They were interested to have happy seeder, which were preparing like conventional fields. So saving could be less, but they were more inclined towards that. And if we think about in situ management and ex situ management, we are very concerned about it. I think in situ management is far better, and because you can see in my slide how much we can save simply by these KVKs, I'm not taking the country as a whole. I'm taking only the area which is covered by these machineries, and it goes in millions of rupees we can save if we do these practices only with KVKs. Leave apart the State Department of Agriculture, and if we do it with all the states in India, you can imagine how much we can save with this in situ management and how much nutrients we can save. We are working on, everybody was talking about natural farming and organic farming, and we started this with, in 2004 in 13 sites in 12 states, and then we had this natural farming approach also because people started criticizing even organic farming that is also contributing to greenhouse emission and other things. So we initiated different programs. Government of India, Jirad made a presentation in the morning and put the Indian strategy also. And all ICR institutes, almost all KVKs are working on this, and there is a clear-cut strategy how they have to take it up at farmers level. But let me tell you one thing. We should not be in a hurry. We should not expect overnight changes. Change is a slow process, and if we want that farmers should shift immediately from inorganic farming to organic farming to natural farming, I, as an extensionist, put a question to all fraternity, scientists, policymakers, farmers: can we feed immediately shifting towards that? And I do understand that when you are doing organic farming, there are number of crops which do not respond very well to organic farming or natural farming. And when it comes to filling your belly, making you self-sufficient in food, I think we have to think of our strategy to what extent and how slowly and phase-wise we just need to come over this, because we need a lot of research in organic farming and natural farming and move forward with a proper strategy. Natural farming, it is, recently being formulated, and we are working on developing different package of practices and different evaluations in different states, and 9.4 lakh hectare area is initiated under natural farming in 17 states. It's a large data. It's not a small scale that we are starting this. And more than 28 lakh, 2.8 million farmers are participating in natural farming. And Namami Gange, it is a project, and it is in 4 states. The Ganges River, which is going through these states, we want that the farmers 5 kilometers from this side and other side, they should not get into inorganic, because it's polluting the river, the water, which is being used for agriculture as well as drinking purpose also. So it is our responsibility to save it, and definitely such kind of approaches are extremely important for any nation, and particularly like a country we are living in, India, and that's very important for us. KVK, I'm coming to Krishi Vigyan Kendras, because that's an integral part of Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and given the responsibility that you have to carry out the demonstrations, training on natural farming, establish natural farming plot 1 hectare at each KVK, and then at 2-3 farmers field also. So moving slowly, and bioresource input center 10,000 we have to. Resource person in promoting natural farming at village level. Gram Panchayat base, almost village level 15,000. So that is the strategy be given to Krishi Vigyan Kendras, and I think that's a good enough and very well thought of strategies. And we trained a number of farmers in this, but still a question mark again. We are working on this. It's not simply choosing one crop. It is working in a system mode. There are a number of crops which the farmer is working, and each and every crop requires a lot of research and your quality analysis and all these things. And possibly we don't have that much. Microorganisms in the soil, we are saying that due to organic farming, natural farming, these things are increasing, good bacteria are increasing, but to what extent it is being converted to productivity, yield, quality parameters, it's again, we have to do a lot of work on these issues. And farmer, I'm talking about India, when you have got to deal with small farmers, taking risk with them is a very risky proposition, so we have to think about them also. They have to feed their belly, and they have to think of their children, their educations. It is it is NGO, and they have got 3,000 students in their school, and they are working on 185 acre area, natural farming, totally natural farming. Now they have developed a model for themselves. All the products for their kids, they are getting it from their own farm. And he is Dr. Hariom. He was working in KVK. He was awarded the Padam Shri. It is one of the highest civil award given to the persons. He was awarded for his work in natural farming. So you can imagine, how much work their team has done. It's never an individual's work, definitely. Individual might get an award, but definitely it's always a teamwork. So he told me that please mention it's a teamwork, and I'm saying it's a teamwork, and I got this slide from him. And they're again working different mulching, intercropping, farms and demonstrations, and they have automatic system of spray organic products, natural products, Jivamrit, Ghenamrit, and different products which they are preparing themselves and spraying there. And particularly disease control, pest control, weed control are issues. And we have to again work on these issues. ICR has initiated, indigenous, we are talking about, there are so many things, indigenous technologies, indigenous seeds and others. So we have started it in tribal areas, 125 tribal districts which are identified by Niti Aayog, and whatever technologies they have, that needs to be documented and validated. And let me tell you that we have published 7 volumes of ITKs, and again, for each and every technology, you need to educate farmers. You have to take it to the farmers to make it workable. Kisan drone. The government of India has number of programs, initiated for people living below poverty line. So what's happening with that is you get rarely any person as agricultural labor. So mechanization is a must. We are working on imparting training. We established training centers for the farmers to provide drones and to provide training to them. But again, there are issues in these also. And I'm not going to get into the issues, but definitely we have business models for the persons who will be involved in this. And our Honorable Prime Minister was very interested to promote these technologies so that the farmers are benefited. Just some indigenous technologies, which being validated and imparted in northeast part, and there is water harvesting, wherein you find it difficult to store water because of CP soils, and then you line it and store this water and use the indigenous technologies and putting manually water in these holes and keep it hydrated for a longer period. I got this map from Biodiversity International, but of course I have a photograph when we were working with your Amrit, when we were evaluating that crop for research development, and we had that photograph, Veronica was there. And these seeds were stored in the village, and the issue is, it looks good, but definitely there are issues. The purity of seed, of these indigenous seeds, pure lines are an issue. Number one. Number two, we say you should grow it, but to what extent they can earn from that? You can't work on charity. If you are doing something, you want something, and with small holdings, they have to take care of their kids. So there is a lot of work which needs to be done in these areas also. My village, my pride, ICR has initiated 20,000 scientists are there, and every scientist has a responsibility to have a team, 4 or 5 scientists, go to the village and take the line departments with them, identify the problem, discuss with them the problems, and getting feedback from the farmers. If you can solve it, it is fine. If you can't solve it, give it to the department to which it pertains. If it is related to research, send it to the research system. It is related to the policy, then send it to the policy maker. If it relates to the development agencies, please communicate it to the development agencies. So scientists, they are not only they are getting acquainted with the real facts at the ground level, they are helping getting feedback what needs to be done and how it needs to be done. Nutri-sensitive, Dr. Dalwai was talking about nutri-deficit, and we have many varieties, maybe now 152 varieties, which are biofortified varieties. We talk about there is a shortage of iron, there is shortage of other micronutrients in Indian population, and we are trying to popularize these biofortified varieties through Krishi Vigyan Kendras, through the State Department of Agriculture, taking it to the village level so that they don't have to spend money. And I was watching a program on Discovery India, and they were saying it's better to have fruits, it's better to have vegetables rather than purchasing pills. That's a far better source. So we are working on those models. And incubation, when Dr. Dalwai was talking, he is an administrator, he's a qualified economist, but he was a secretary, and he was involved in policy making, and now in Karnataka, the person who gave the inaugural letters here, he is chairman of Karnataka, Commission for Agriculture Cost and Prices, and he said that it's processing, value addition and processing, which can fetch better price to the farmers. And to me, every farmer can't be a salesman, so the government of India has initiated a program of having 10,000 farmer producer organizations, and in that the ICR and Krishi Vigyan Kendras have also been given the responsibility to work as cluster-based business organizations, and 117 FPOs have been established through this program. So we are working, and we are trying to connect farmers, maybe 300 farmers in one FPOs, depending upon which area they are working in. So we understand that every farmer can't be a businessman. They don't feel like going individually to the market. So someone can sell it off, someone can produce it off, someone can have the inputs at a cheaper price when it is a scale. I think they can be benefited with their volume of produce. At the same time, purchasing the inputs, they can save both ways. And that's important, and that's what we are trying to do through this system. attracting youth in agriculture, it's a challenge. It's not challenge in India. It's a challenge everywhere. Everybody is interested to go for a white collar job. Why should I soil my hands, It's important, and everybody is thinking it about. We also have this program so that they can get some additional income in the village itself, wherever they are living. We are not saying that it is totally, replacing entrepreneurship. They can. There are farmers, There is a farmer who is earning 2.5 million rupees annually from 1 acre, but there are few farmers. And every farmer cannot be so successful a businessman. If it had been so, possibly 1% of the persons could not have more than 40% of the world of the global. And it's true everywhere. So, some can get, but those models are important to motivate others. Digitization, reaching to farmers. Rusi Vyas was making a presentation on artificial intelligence, and we have this platform, and we have given a two-way communication in this. And, 23 million farmers are registered on this platform. 23 million. It's a huge. And 31.5 million villages have been covered under this program. Calls received 34 states and in 13 languages. We are working on this. And it's a two-way communication. It's not a one-way communication. It's a large. And I would be interested, Rusi, if, Ali was talking about decision support system. And everybody can't operate that decision support system moving by rules and regulations, do this, do that, do that. And if they can get the solution, you were talking about disease management, and if the farmer is putting a photograph on that and getting this is the disease, and you can use this fungicide, pesticide, or whatever it is. So possibly, I think that is what we are looking forward, instead of going for expert system, going for decision support system. That is how it has to be utilized. And there were a number of mobile apps, there was an era when everybody was trying to develop mobile apps. And when I was there, we compiled all the information about mobile apps. It was 255 at that time. And now we have compiled at one place, Kisan, to 355. And seamless integration of all these, because the language got changed and all these things. So we had to work a lot, and putting all these in different areas, putting at one platform. If you want information about that, possibly you go to that and get your information. And social media, this is my last slide, and thank you very much. We are working through that. Hopefully, I wish it's useful to some of the guests who are here. Maybe Indians do got it, but definitely it must be useful to you. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Poswal. Very elaborative talk about the examples of what the Government of India initiatives are doing, and there are a lot of opportunities. Now we go for a quick discussion, and for that I request all the speakers to come on the dais, and I think we will go around 15 to 20 minutes discussion. If management allows, I think we are still okay.
I have to give it.
It's okay, you keep it. So, please, and audience, please get ready with your questions. So it's a lot what we have learned in this session, and yeah, please have a seat. Yes, all just stand. Dr. Ravi from World Vegetable Center, if you are still here. Good. Dr. Rana is here. Everyone is here. Yes, please. So, खींच ली yes. So, thank you very much for these talks. Before the session, I promised myself that I will just use one page for notes because I see a lot of synergies, but I was not able to do that. It's much more because even if we start writing keywords, it goes from economic viability, true cost accounting to climate modeling and scenarios of heat waves and droughts, and then we go into the practices. And then we come to the artificial intelligence and then extension. So we have done a lot. But my question is there. I have one question which is a bigger question. I think that's what I said when I started this session. We have all this knowledge. We know all the challenges. The question is there, why it's not working? So that's my big question, and I'm not going to ask it to our speakers because they have already shared it, but this is the bigger question which we will try to find an answer by the end of this conference. So now I open the question session for the audience. So who has a question? Just please there, I'll send you the mic there, please.
Hello. Thank you. So this question is for Mr. Ravi, Dr. Ravi. See, your title of the presentation was very interesting. How you developed a model which looks like very interesting and very unique, and you've done a lot of research. But the title says it's all about leveraging the ecosystem services or gaining out of that kind of a system. So what I wanted to know, how you have measured or what kind of indicators you had in mind to prove these practices are ultimately leveraging the ecosystem services, or whichever way you want to explain it. But I am very intrigued to know how it is scientifically proven that both are dependent or solving each other's problem.
Okay, thank you very much. Hope post-lunch you have listened very nicely.
Thank you.
Actually, we have one agroecological, you know the tape tool, agroecological performance, the transition one. So that we are going to measure everything, and also the soil characteristics. Every time pre and post we are taking the soil samples for in the same field, because we are planning to continue for 3 years. And apart from that, the disease incidence, presence of parasitoids, predators, etc. we are going to measure. And the land equivalent index and the crop biodiversity index, etc. we are going to measure. Then this BASS NUNHEMS, they developed one balance questionnaire. There they will capture the carbon footprint and the environment footprint. With that, maybe I will share and discuss with you later. So as of now, we are planning only this much because our entire trial is in the farmers field. So it has also some limitations. So we are not going to have the full-fledged data systems. But if anybody has suggestions, we can try to include that one. Thank you.
Any other question? So you, Alex? Yes, go ahead, please. And then Jürgen.
Yes, thank you very much for all these presentations. I would have a specific question for Roshi regarding this bioscan. So we're mentioning this technology and about scalability. I wonder about the robustness of such a system because, for example, if you would want to apply it here in India in different agroecological zones and so on, would this system still be reliable even though it was not tested here? And also, how do you have a strategy how you could scale it to such a diverse system?
Yeah, great question. For people who couldn't hear, I actually couldn't a part of it. Scalability is primarily dealt with, so one is applicability of it. So when you're bringing in such tech, it is essentially a system that collects data through the sticky tape from the local area, right? So when that's happening, it will be very much applicable because it is actually built on the local data, and there will be some common data applicable. My background is not in agriculture, so I don't really specifically know. I work in digital transformation, and I've got clients in it with AI. And what we essentially do is, there's some universal data which already exists through literature. A lot of researchers, thanks to you, who exist and who actually publish it. But the training is then done and the sample collection is done locally. So it is still done using manual effort because the labs and the research that actually goes around, Karnataka is blessed with so many labs locally that it actually then can use that data to now start training the model. So there's already local data available, it's just that we're not making the most out of it. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is scalability. So there's two things that come with hardware. One is the software, which it will run on, the infrastructure, the technology, the internet connectivity, which is something that's a big long shot, not just for AI, but any capability to come in, that if farmers don't have a good internet connection, an app that clicks a photo wouldn't work. They don't have the best phones, so a good quality photo wouldn't be clicked. And that is something we actually cannot fix yet. But that should not stop us from actually reaching to people who already have that capabilities to start testing it, because that's where the success metrics can be tested. And the other thing is hardware, which is where production comes in. Now these machines, essentially if it's made in India, can be easily scaled up because Australia has around 120 of these and the impact is exponential. And Australia is a huge country blessed with so much land as well. So in that specific case, if this is applied to India with such density, one machine has a lot of fields around it and it can actually, the training can be increased. And then we can have a smaller amount of machines, a quantity, at more number of diverse regions, which essentially then talks about the holistic approach of getting more and more data with scale. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. Next question from Jürgen, and then Uday, do you have a question? Okay, then Jürgen.
Actually, no question. I think my question was very good taken by Kirti on the ecosystem services. But generally, I think this discussion, we are talking about transformation level 1, looking into being more efficient, increase efficiency, reduce inputs, and all these kinds of innovations, as we have seen in different presentations on artificial intelligence, collecting data for diseases. The LAMP essay promoted by CIP to better know about virus disease. I think all is very important and all have to go into extension, and I think we saw a very good overview about the extension and how it's happening extension already in India. Implementing these different, many farmers are already reached by these apps. These are impressive figures, I think, yeah. So I think we need probably to think about how we bring these technologies through these apps more to farmers so that they have a broader network and the extension services. Yeah. So I think this is the point I think where we could also look into it. I have a little bit my difficulties to understand these samplings which you have presented about. I think particles of soils, and then to see which microbes whatsoever are in the air. How is this then related really to infection in a field? So this is still far away for me, you know, and to see and understand how is there the connection, what is then important for farmers, so that he really knows if he has to protect his crop or not from a disease. So there are good advances also in entomology, using waves, UV waves, light waves, and obviously insects respond there very specifically, so that you really can, through these waves, collect target insects, and then you can also monitor them on the field, and you get your data directly on populations. So you can see how populations increase in fields and rice, and this works very nice. Of course, it's a costly innovation, but I think we see the direction where it goes, and I think this is very important that we have these kind of things in place to use less inputs, to be more efficient through precision agriculture, and so on. I think we had several good insights from different speakers with regard to that. Yeah, that was just my comment on that. Yeah.
So, anything to respond? Because more it was like a comment than a question, but...
I think one thing that I would like to add to that is also, a lot of people assume that AI is internet only. Probably I also mentioned it that, we don't have internet so we can't scale it up, because that can be downloaded easily. But there are ways to actually build an in-machine. I can build a code that only works in my phone, and is based on my phone. I don't need internet for that. The only problem with that will be we'll need centers where people will have to go and manually update. It's the exact same concept that your internal GPS in a car works on. You need to go to the showroom and update it once in a while, and then it works for good. But it's just that it wouldn't send photographs to the server, so the real time doesn't really work. But you can still collect that data and go to your nearest labs, which is already happening. So I think we are not maximizing what we already have as a resource, and that's where these models, the local models in your phones, could also be built. And it does not need internet always. So that's a huge untapped market. Yep.
Yes, thank you. There is a question on the back.
Thank you so much for your presentations. My question is firstly to Dr. Ravi. When you talked about the benefit-cost ratio for the demo and control plots, whether the package of practices and the entire model which you showed, did we capture anything around the specific labor cost? Because was it kind of accounted in the sense that it was only external cost or even the family labor cost? That's something which, if you have captured, would be helpful to understand, because significant was there 1.5 to 0.7. So that was very interesting to note that just because doing a very important modeling and also doing a package of practice, such kind of benefit cost ratio has come by. So I wanted to know something about that, whether this BC ratio accounts for labor component or not. That's one. Maybe can I also pose a question or maybe query to Rushi as well? So Rushi, very important technology which you are putting forth. In India, we have found that there are these startups who are actually using drone services as well to kind of monitor, and it's beyond the firmware. So it's not a hardware which is to be installed in the land. So it gives you a special understanding. Maybe you fly a drone, you have a catchment of say 70 acres to be done. How essentially you see the price point being an advantage to you, and also scalability, because it will have to be installed in possibly every farm field. And to add to that, if you can also help us understand what would be the coverage of this entire hardware. So that would possibly help us to kind of decode it much. Thanks.
First I will respond. Yeah, actually we include all the labor cost, input cost, but not the land rent cost or water cost. But the irrigation cost we calculated. Some of them are depreciation cost we added. And we haven't included the farmer's time into it. So whatever the cost actually he spends, we included into it. I can share it in detail if you want. Thank you.
Perfect. I was just typing a question so I don't forget. So it was essentially what is the coverage of the machine was one thing, and then this versus drones. Okay, perfect. So I'll answer the second part first, which is the drones. Wonderful initiatives. We had people mentioning it as well. The problem with drones is, again, that he correctly identified, is the need for pilots. Because you need a trained pilot to actually fly the drone, to collect the data. And that's a really niche skill to have, because it needs to be at a certain level to collect the data. So it's that. Availability of drones or something, I don't know how much is it in specifically India, or I don't know the price for that drone technology. But for BioScout, it is up to 50 hectares, because it's collecting data from the air. And it wouldn't really change per farm. So if farmers pull in the money, or if the government wants to do a test, it can be between those farms as well, because it wouldn't, every hectare, the air quality doesn't really change. And this would be something similar to, sometimes we wake up and we just feel something's not all right, but we just continue getting ready, and then the day is just the usual, and nothing actually happened. So it's a quick anomaly in the usual data statistic that these machines detect. Because with the drones as well, you still need to send it back to the lab. The turnaround time in India is 2 days for the lab results to actually come in. So it's still, if something went wrong, the spread continues. And this is just that if something's wrong with your soil, before you visibly see it, because it's on the land as well as the air, or something's wrong with the crop, which is essentially through the bugs or the spores, because it's the insects and the birds, you will immediately see that there's a spike in something, and maybe nothing went wrong, maybe. But at least you now know that there was something that happened there, which is that proactive calculation which drones wouldn't be able to. Price point, sorry, I cannot answer because I don't know the drone price point of things. In terms of technology for BioScout, it honestly, I probably know that you hate this answer, but it depends how many you're getting, because manufacturing is such a order or bulk size dependent thing. There's different types of machines. There's not only one type. But yeah, we can definitely catch up later and talk about this more. Yeah.
You have one question?
I have a question for Carlo, and you have made a presentation and you have shared one concept, that is aggregation of farms. So if you can explain little more where all we can get more information on aggregation of farm examples. This is one. And the second one is that you have also shared about business cases around traditional seeds. So Carlo, for you to inform more so that we can, as part of our inquiry, we can get more information on these two.
So question is to Dr. Poswal?
Professor Carlo.
Carlo?
Yes.
I didn't hear it. Can you?
One is aggregation of farms. If I am interested to learn more about examples on aggregation of farms, this is one. And the second is traditional seed system and developing business cases, where all and how well functioning those businesses are.
Okay. So on the irrigation, we have different models because, of course, it depends on the landscape, on the needs, etc. So what we have, for example, in the case of Kenya that I presented, we have two occurrences. One is flood, because when there is rain, it's very severe, and the area is in flood-prone areas. And so we need to manage that excess of water. After the rain is very drought, and so sometimes the rain is very concentrated. So in that case, our fish pond really serve as a way to stabilize. So it is used for irrigation during the dry season, and it is used as a dam during the rainy season. So it's located in a way that it doesn't.
So, Dr. Carlo,
it doesn't really affect the. Yeah.
He's inquiring about, you presented something called aggregation model.
Yes.
Aggregation.
Yeah.
So that's what, if you have, what more information we have online or in sites or anywhere that we can learn more about aggregation models.
Okay. Aggregation, so in the aggregation, yes, it was, we are about to publish a paper, and I will share with this community. It was a very long process because it's like 75 farmers agreeing to put their land together, and of course giving up the right to do what they want, because once you do the planning, if the farmer is used to plant maize and now he has to plant fruit trees because that is what the portion, for him is culturally it's a big change in mindset. So it requires a lot of engagement with a number of stakeholders, first and foremost, of course, the farmers, but also extension and others, to ensure that they have a guarantee that by going to this aggregation, they could have an additional benefit. The second was the design. It was completely participatory, so the selection of crops, of plants, etc., was every step was done with the farmers, and it took almost 18 months. And probably more than 15 workshops, one per month, to really come up to the idea which is now implemented. The third one is, and probably we are not yet there, is really the distribution of work. Because now you have a number of farmers, you have land with different needs, and you have different value chains. So the income stream comes to a central pot of money, not to individual farmer, and it's then distributed based on the workload that the farmers put over the aggregated farm, and then there is an extra for further investment, for maintenance in case something gets broken, etc. But that negotiation, and then the legal framework, they're now a cooperative, so they do business. And so to come up to an agreement that makes everybody happy in terms of the legal framework was another important step on that. So it's really the design, the implementation, and then all the legal and business aspects that needs to come together to really convince the farm to join the aggregation. On the seed system, I think that is a very important, because if you want to bring more biodiversity, you need to ensure, and if you want to do it with a business case in mind, you need to ensure that you have high quality, high quantity, and timely availability of planting material, being it a potato for roots and tubers, or being it a seed, or being it a seedling for fruit trees. And because this material is not generally available in agrovet shop, because the companies do not produce for small amount, for very locally business, etc. So then the community seed bank model becomes a very viable way to ensure this quality, quantity, and timely availability. So the business, so the farmers are trained very well in seed production, and also they are trained very well in quality control. So if you want to have seeds, you also need to be trained on how to produce the seed, because you will return the seed. The bank is a bank, so you take money on loan and then you need to return. But then maybe another farmer will get your seeds, and so I want your seeds to be good quality as well. So it's a very thorough model that in a way diffuse the capacity of producing good seeds, but also it becomes a viable model, because then the farmers, the community seed bank always have an extra stock that can expand the broadness of the community seed bank. What brings the money, and that is the tricky point, is not so much the seed as such, because the farmers cannot sell those seeds in many countries. So then we come up with processing units, for example. Some community seed banks produce vegetables, and we dry the vegetables so they can sell. So the business model is really about the processing of the material, whatever it is, and not so much on the seed. But we're working on the policy aspect to try to make sure the farmers can register their traditional variety. So that's, I don't know if I hope I answered your question.
Okay, so if there is no final question.
Sir,
There is one.
good evening. I am having a question. Randir ji. Sir, actually I am agriculturist, retired from Government of India, Central Poultry Department. I worked for 33 years on birds. Now I transferred myself after retirement for agriculture. I have owned land in my village in Karnataka, Bidar district. One question is there, in village when I have gone for natural farming and organic farming, the villagers don't accept it, laborers don't come for work, they think it is harmful for them. When we go for pesticide or fungicide spray with chemical, they will happily come. But they have misconcept that when we go for organic neem oil or some dust pernier, they will tell it will create them cancer. They will tell it is harmful for them,
wow.
They can't take the food. What is the KVK role for graduating or educating the farmers and laborers in the villages? I have not seen for last 4 to 5 years any improvement in my district. Even KVK is there. So what roadmap you suggest, sir?
Which is your district?
Bidar.
Bidar?
Yes,
Bidar.
Karnataka.
Dr. Chandra Gowda is here actually. He's a good friend of mine. And Gowda, can you just come over here? As far as KVKs are concerned, I think the research is still developing, you know. And we are working on different practices, what is good and what's not, and what are the limitations of those technologies as far as natural farming and organic farming is concerned. Gowda, can you just give an answer to him?
I think it's a very nice example when you put directly in touch with the policymakers too.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself.
I am Dr. Chandra Gowda. I am presently the principal scientist in Indian Council of Agricultural Research, handling and looking after the Krishi Vigyan Kendras in this Kerala and Lakshadweep. So the point that you have made is yes, it is there, but it is coming down, it is improving. We started promoting organic farming and natural farming without much scientific work, but now things are improving. The universities have taken up the research on organic farming and natural farming, and once we have standardized and a sort of standard operating protocol for each of those operations, we can educate farmers. So now we have the standardized material and we have started educating farmers. Your question is valid. Absolutely, yes, because ultimately yes, definitely, it is being done.
All right, thank you very much.
That's great, brother. Thank you.
There is a final question from Jürgen, and this time a question, Jürgen, not a comment.
Yeah, I want to use the opportunity, of course, on the natural farming mission, which you presented. Also that it's now happening in different states, so that the many farmers obviously are trained on natural farming. But what is the adoption rate of farmers really following it up? Can you already tell something about this? And as I understood for Andhra Pradesh, it was mainly the zero budget, so less input, it's not a cost saving, and the high diversification of the system brought more income over the year. So how it is in other states seen, this approach then?
I think it's a very complicated question. Number one, we don't have complete data on how many farmers have adopted it. It's not documented completely. But definitely a number of farmers are doing it. Those who are motivated, they are working on that. And particularly those farmers who can sell their produce at a premium, they are working on this. And through KVKs, we are demonstrating this to the farmers. And I mentioned that almost 7 lakh farmers are working on this. But to say that how many have adopted coming forward, those who understood how harmful the chemicals are for the soil, they are coming forward, but not everybody is coming forward. And particularly, say areas, for example, in hilly areas where there are less chemicals utilized, it's easy for them because most of the time it's organic or it's natural farming. And in areas, say Rajasthan, where input usage is comparatively less, and people understand that it's chemical free farming, so they are ready to pay for that produce. But taking it to mass, it's again a question mark, and we are still working on that. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your question, and thank you very much for your answer. We have to stop it here for the sake of time so that we can come back again in this hall on time tomorrow. Before we go call the day off, I have been informed that there is another step, a very important step in India is the appreciation of the speakers. And I think I have been asked to start it from Ali side. Are we ready, Tane? So I think there is a certificate and a memento and something I'm not aware of. So, Dr. Ali. Dr. Ranbir Singh Rana. Dr. Manikam. Next is Dr. Kolofeda. Dr. Poswal.
No, it's your turn.
Photo background.
And Mr. Rush. This one.
I think I'll be reciprocate. He's Mr. Millie. Right, nice one. Nice chat for. Really good. Really good. I was just checking out, I going out and scanning that and putting some questions. It was really good.
Yeah,
Good one. Well
and
done.
we go for a group photo.
Yeah, we just have a photo.
Yes, with all the certificates and all these. Yeah. Potatoes. There is no vegetable complete without potatoes. Come on. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice evening and see you tomorrow. Is there any announcement to make? Okay, more announcements.
Hello. I have a few quick announcements for all the delegates. Your buses to your respective hotels will move now. You have to follow the gentleman over there. Tomorrow's pickup time at your hotel is 8:40. Your dinners are arranged in your respective hotels. And tomorrow we gather here and to start right on time. I wish you a very good night and I hope you get good rest. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you very much. Infrastructure committee and conference committee should stay back.
Hello. All the delegates, buses have been arranged. If you want to go back to your hotel, you can leave. There is a cultural program right next stage. There's a stage in the hangar A. So if you want to see that also, it can be arranged. And after that also, we can send the bus to your hotel. So if anybody is interested, please let us know. Otherwise, the buses are ready for you all to move. So you can take the bus. Idara? ನಮ್ಮ ಇದು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಡನ್ ಇದು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಾಕು. All our team members, please come here. All the International Conference Committee members to kindly assemble. Bus. Suman Kumari, buses, where are the buses? Right here? Yeah. The buses are waiting at the exit gate. So people who want to take the bus, right to my left, there's a gate. So the buses are there. You can go out to my left, there's a door, go out, take a left, and then again take a right, there's a gate. So you'll find the bus. Yeah. So I think we can sit somewhere there and talk.
Yes, sir.
No, we don't need a mic also. We don't need. For us, we don't need. Let them. Then we can all sit down somewhere. ನಾಳೆಗೆ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಡೀಸ್ ಬೇಕು. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ರಿಅರೇಂಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್, ನಮಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಲ್ಪರ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು ನಾಳೆ. ಈ ಟೇಬಲ್ಸ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ರಿಅರೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಆ ಸೆಷನ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ಗೆ ಟೇಬಲ್ ರಿಅರೇಂಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆ ಸೆಷನ್ ಮುಗಿದ ನಂತರ ಅಗೇನ್ ರಿಅರೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು 4 ಜನ, 4 ಜನ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಮತ್ತೆ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಸೆಷನಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದು. ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗು ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಂಟೆಗಿದೆ ಅದು? ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಕೆಫೆ ವಾಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್? ಫಾರ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಕೆಫೆ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫಿಶ್ ಬಾಲ್ ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಪೀಪಲ್. Before lunch you have. Just before lunch. ಆ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಒಂದು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಒಂದು ಬುಕ್ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅದು. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ ದಟ್. ಟೀಮ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಇಷ್ಟೇನ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪಟ್ಟಿನೇ ತೆಗಿರಿ, ಅಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಅಂತ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಆಬ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡೋದು ಬೇಡ ಇವತ್ತು. ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡೋದು. ಅಂಬರ್ ಬಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಎಟ್ ದಿಸ್. ಯೋರ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಇದು, ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಆನ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಸೊ ದೇ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಆನ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಕಮ್, ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಪ್ಪ, ಅದು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದು. ಹಾಂ, ಅಲ್ಲ ಎರಡನೇ ದಿನ ನಾಳೆ 11:30 ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಪ್ಪ ಅದು. ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ ಇದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನದೊಂದಿದೆ. ಸೊ ನೀವು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು 11 ಗಂಟೆಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಬಿಡಿ, 11 o'clock. ಓಕೆ, 11 to 1. ಹಾಂ, ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಇಬ್ಬರಿರಲಿ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಟೇಬಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಿಅರೇಂಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನಾವು 4 ಜನ ಬೇಕು 11 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು 1 ಗಂಟೆ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಎಗೇನ್ ರಿಅರೇಂಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ದೇ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೋ. ಓಕೆ, ಆ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಈಗ ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್, ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಈ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು, ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಈ ಸೌಂಡ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಫೈನು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲೇನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಇದು ಅಡ್ಡ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ನೀವು ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಈ ಪೋಡಿಯಂ